Good day and good evening, and welcome to Palace of the Dead with me, Caetsu Chaiji, and you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we continue from floor 171. Maybe we'll beat it this time. Unless something really strange gets in the way, I'll probably what's going to happen is either we win or we go or we lose. I'm going to try and, finish this set. Whatever happens. But, considering my luck, we're probably getting another set of cursed floors, and we die to something really, really stupid. But we'll see. Also, that said, hey Taliban, hey Zap, hey Sophia Chud, hey Nox, hey Giraheen, hey Marcus, hey Tina-Lee, hey Agent Monica, hey Yannick, hey Ceres. And... did I get everyone? I think I got everyone. I hope you're all doing very well. Hey PH, hope you're doing well as well. What if we call you Cha? Would it be said the same? Probably not. Hey Caitlin, Vince and Jacob, hope you're all doing well as well. And hey, welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Sophia-chan. Thank you so much for the support, and enjoy the emotes. Remember, if you're in the Discord server and connect your YouTube account to your Discord, that's something you do in Discord, and you're a member of the channel, you get a fancy gem next to your name. It doesn't give you access to some secret channel or anything, but it does make your name stand out in a way. CH could be said like K. Well, I do introduce myself saying it like the sh sound, so while it could be. Caitlin says, first time here, I don't know if you remember me, but I'm Mikachi. Where should I remember you from? That might ring a bell. I don't know, Caitlin, but I still appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I can't remember. Also, hey, Boobomet and Silverbent and Bokash and Aradel, hope you're doing well. Thank you, Aradel. And hey, Relearning, hope you're doing well as well. In the Electric City. Oh! Right. In that case... yeah, I do think I remember. I do think I remember. Bokash says it led... let's see, I watched your guide video and it led to the question of why does every guide list the stat weights if they're the same as every other class in the game? It's not 100% the same for all jobs. There's sometimes some sort of variance to the reasoning. Sometimes there's two things that flip. Sometimes there's oh, speed goes up to a certain point. So it is worth mentioning, if for instance someone watched a Samurai guide first and then watched the Machinist guide, they would have had vastly different experiences with the stat weights. But if they watch the Machinist guide and then the Viper guide and then the Ninja guide, they'll start to go why is it that there is a dedicated stat weight section when they're all the same? Why is that not just a thing that is just known? It makes sense that it is weird. But the reasoning is that while they're mostly the same, there are sometimes some small nuances. There's also the part that for some players, the the job guide might be the first, like, what can I say, optimization content that the individual has ever seen, which is also the reason why usually in my job guides, the first time I say GCD or global cooldown or OGCD or off global cooldown or something to that effect, there's like a whole blurb that comes in from the side going, right, so let's talk about that. Like, this is what that is in case you don't know. Like, most of the time, I color those kinds of notes pink in the guides. There isn't really a system to it, but I usually color those in like that. So it's like, they stand out in a very specific way. So like, if you've already read it in a different guide, or you already know, you know, it's you probably go, oh, I don't know, I already know that, and then you just ignore it. But it's exactly like those things are in the guides exactly because could be the first the first time that person has watched a guide on Final Fantasy XIV. It could be the first time they've watched a guide on an MMO. It could be the first time they've watched content on YouTube that goes a little bit in the nitty-gritty with stuff in a game. So that's also the reason why there's an explainer when I say AoE, there's an explainer when I say dot, sometimes there's an explainer when I say proc. Like, some of these things don't explain themselves very well. Jacob says, and I assume stat weights were a lot different back in the day, but now it's mostly if there is slight differences. As far as I know, usually it was like, early in an expansion, direct hit was better than crit. And then it became crit direct hit determination, basically for everyone. But sometimes speed had like some value, but it was complicated. It was really complicated. And as time has passed, speed has just like rolled out of the equation. And determination overtook direct hit. There you go. I'm glad to hear that, Darth. Thank you. But there is also something to it that sometimes I'll admit that my guides, when I get to the stat weights, I could probably be better about being like, I mean, the power difference between doing it like this or like that isn't like hugely massive, so like don't worry about it. But the difference is significant, and if you introduce someone who doesn't really know what the stats are in the first place, with like very briefly explaining what they are, like super briefly, and then confusing it with like, well, it doesn't really matter that much, that doesn't help. Like, those kind of things are almost worse. Because it's the reason speed is worthless. It's just because, quote-unquote, worthless is because most cooldowns don't scale with it. Something like that. Something like that. Like, let's take an example real quick. You know, Machinist is a good example. What does speed give you? It makes you get more 1-2-3 combos. Technically, it could, at a certain point, give you more air anchors and chainsaws. A big emphasis on could. Probably won't. Because this whole section over here doesn't scale with speed at all, so it's very likely that if you want to use air anchor and chainsaw on cooldown, they'll just, like, toss out any time you've saved by then using hypercharge afterwards. And the potential gain from more 1-2-3 combos is so small that it doesn't really make a dent. So Machinist just benefits more from other stats. You could do the same kind of reasoning with most other jobs. That's also the reason why Black Mage specifically is kind of fine with speed, is because, I think others have mentioned this as well, Black Mage does nearly, well, basically actually all of its damage with its GCD. All of it. It has OGCDs that it doesn't get back that improve that, Like, it doesn't get more OGCDs from speed, but its GCD is its damage, so getting more GCDs is ultimately more damage. In a much more effective way than most other jobs. Samurai is also an interesting example because the main reason why you would want speed is because of alignment. Like, it aligns the rotation better. It's very strange. Yeah, that sounds about right, Daldemar. Caitlin says, should I get mentor if I haven't done all the extreme savages or hard modes? Would I be detrimental to everyone? You can be a mentor without having done all the hard content. I would say focus on giving advice on things you actually know about, right? Like, you can give advice on the things you know and just focus on that. The problems start if you start acting like you know something that you don't, right? Like, that's when the problems arrive. But being a mentor doesn't require that you've done all that content. In fact, becoming a mentor on its own does not actually unlock the mentor roulette. If you're a combat mentor, then you will be able to see the mentor roulette, but it'll be locked until you've done all of this. Which includes all extremes from previous expansions, by the way. You don't have to have done them synced, so that can be a problem. But yeah, that is also an objective. Hey, Danny the Pope. Hope you're doing well. Is White Mage fun pre-level 72? It seems like the Blood Lily is such a fun mechanic. Playing it before getting that main gimmick is stale in comparison. That depends on what you think is fun about a job. But it does get a lot more fun when you have a Flauto's Misery. And that is correct, Les DC. That is pretty much it. It has something. It's a combination of it aligns with the it aligns the GZD better for the burst, and I think it also helps making sure that the correct amount of GZDs go in the burst and things like that. It's a little strange, but that is essentially it. Because is there ever a situation someone would refer to stat weights? Yeah, for instance, let's say that you're not a Savage Raider, so you can't get best in slot. Then it's nice to know. Right? Nice to know what stats are more important. A list of what, Caitlin? Of the duties that you need to do? I'm pretty sure if you look up the mentor roulette on, like, but just Google it, it should show it. But when you are a mentor, if you click on the mentor roulette, it'll show you, like, the classic of, like, if you're trying to queue for something that you can't, you know, like this. It'll show following requirements not met, and then say, like, you need to complete the following, and then it'll just list duties. The thing is that the list will go, like, past the space where it can be, and doing this, like, doing this will not scroll the requirements not met section, so you can just see, like, the top of the iceberg. And it'll show question marks for duties you haven't unlocked. So you'll be able to see that, oh, I need to do that duty that I haven't done yet. And just go through the list. Also, hey, Vivi, hope you're doing well. Speaking of well... But yeah, being a mentor... Is Memoria Misera included? Yes, it's an extreme duty, so it should. Oh, nice. What are you? Lost? Sure. Oh, that's an incredibly unlucky timing. I was just hoping I could fight this guy while clearing that way. Hey, Disneyland, hope you're doing well. I don't know if I want to use a racing because I have only 2. Might rather want them when we're in in closer to proc territory, if that makes sense. Although I do realize the potential danger in doing so. Yeah, just don't die. Ah, yes. Now that's a big brain. If I had 3 racings, then I would absolutely have done it. Now, the reason why I only have 2... Racing is more common in this set as well, though. Does racing drop on these floors still? I can't remember. I recall that there is a point where they just straight up stop dropping. But I don't remember when that is. Is that they drop? Well, that's pretty easy. If we find a racing, then I'll probably use one. It can be hard sometimes, Jacob. Sometimes taking a break from the game is also good. Something that might be worth mentioning, because it might look like I'm just constantly playing the game. Like, I work on videos, I do the streams and all that, but I also play other games when I'm done for the day. Right now I'm playing through Grime again. Grime. Don't take my witching! On Grime. It's a fun game. It has a little bit of a reputation for being really, really weird. It looks really weird, but if you Google it, there's a very, very high probability that all you'll find is the teeth zone. Because that's what everyone decides to focus on. The game has has some weird... I don't know if the word would be body horror. I don't think it is, but it looks very strange, and the strangest zone is the one with teeth all over the place. It's a little bit Metroidvania. It's like a little bit of a combo between a Souls-like and a Metroidvania, I think. But one huge selling point, in my opinion, is that when you die, you don't drop your money. Which means that the way I prefer to play it is that... so Hollow Knight, but not really. I would say that Grime is closer to a Souls-like than Hollow Knight. But because you don't lose your money, the way that I prefer to play it is that I'll save all my money. And I'll save all of my... It's not quite skill points, but it's kinda skill points for passives and stuff. And I'll only use one thing when I die. So I get like 1 level up if I die. And some things, you know, cost 2 or 3. So you have to die multiple times. Yeah, the Savage Rate is still on the weekly lockout, but as is tradition, they usually unlock it on the X.X8 patch, which is not this one. This one is the X.X6 patch. I mean, like, that doesn't mean that it wouldn't be nice. It's just that's not how things are in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, it's basically like, it's not part of tradition. Yeah, the interesting part with playing through that game in that way is that, well, first of all, it means that you don't just like power grind and power level But it also means that if you die to a boss or something, you have the opportunity to go, well, I mean, what I could really use against this boss is a little bit more stamina, or a little bit more health, because there's this thing that I'm having difficulty with, or whatever. Or a specific passive you'd really like, and because you didn't just spend everything as you got it, you have the resources to get exactly the thing that you need. And that's a fun way to do it, I feel. Speaking of the chaotic update, I wasn't too surprised that the chaotic ended up kind of the way that it did. I feel like I might have observed this wrong. So, you know, correct me if I'm completely off on this. But my experience of seeing how players have dealt with the chaotic alliance raid is the players that were quick on it, you know, managed to clear quickly, like before New Year's or so, likely were like, oh man, that was a real bummer to fight through because there were a lot of weird groups, but it's not that hard. Like, I farmed it, it's good. Whereas the players that got there later than that rightly say, no, it's complete madness. I can't even quite find the words to describe it without swearing. That's what my perception of the whole thing has been, at least. I'm pretty sure at this point in the patch cycle we didn't yet have relic weapons in Shadowbringers. I'm pretty sure that those were added during the second raid tier. Do I remember that wrong? And yeah, exactly, Zav. Okay, then I don't remember wrong, Nox. And that is exactly it, is that part of the reason why Dawntrail is getting clowned on so hard a lot of the time is that I think a lot of people don't actually realize how the previous expansions were. Like, if you really look at it closely, I'm pretty sure that the only difference between Endwalker, this patch in Endwalker, and this patch in Dawntrail is that in Endwalker, Crystalline Conflict was released in, 6.1, and the PvP rework. In Dawntrail, we got a Chaotic Alliance raid and also another PvP rework. And Endwalker's patch cycle is the same as Dawntrail's patch cycle. So the thing is, if you compare Dawntrail to Endwalker, right now, it's basically the same. It's just that people have decided that it's cool to hate Final Fantasy now. So, people are going to hold it to a higher standard. Partly probably also because the story wasn't satisfying for a lot of players. So those players will of course be like, yeah, well, basically the story has given me nothing so far. Whereas with Endwalker, they might have been satisfied with the story. So they were fine with it, like, not doing much for a bit. There's also another side to it, but I will also say that for Shadowbringers, I'm not as certain what was there and what wasn't. But yeah, in Shadowbringers, the patch cadence was every 3 months instead of every 4 months, which means that in Shadowbringers, we would have had the second raid tier by now, I'm pretty sure. But that sounds pretty fun. Tell them how did you beat it? Nice. I feel scammed. Very, very scammed. The mob drops a treasure. It's a mimic, because of course it is. Friend box. Ow. Elf bait. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was 3 max potions, everyone. We got him. What are you? Are you also a mimic? Serenity. I could have used that earlier. A bit late now. Also, hey, Wolf of the Fallen. Hope you're doing well. Ask what in the Discord? The real hype is when the friend box is another friend box. Oh no. Yeah, I know, right, Vivi? Just actively playing a game while going, oh man, this sucks. This sucks. Like, alright, why are you playing then? Let's hear it. Although, in fairness to some of those streamers, sometimes they might feel like if they play something else, if they stream something else, then no one is going to watch it, and if that is actually their, like, their livelihood, then they don't really have another option. But I mean, if that's what you're doing, I mean, work in a, I don't know, work in a store for a bit, you'll realize that if you say to everyone how bad the store is, you're gonna get fired. Like, at least, at the very least, keep up the illusion that you're having fun, for your viewers' sake. At the very least. I'm not a super big fan of getting this far away from my safe section of the floor. Down says I wish PvP had a tutorial mode or something. Well, if you go to Wolf's Den Pier, like the PvP entry zone, you could say, you can mess around with your hotbar safely there. There are striking dummies you can play around with as well. There isn't quite a tutorial, and you'll have to figure everything out. There's also, like, not everything actually interacts with the striking dummies, so it isn't perfect. But you can at least mess around with things. I do agree that PvP could really use... it could use a little something to introduce new PvPers. Like, take for instance, if you've been in frontline, but you're a rookie to frontline, do you know what Battle High is or what Battle High does? Do you even know what? Like, do you even know where the Battle High is shown? Like, do you have any idea what I'm talking about? Hey Guzzle, hope you're doing well. You have to do so many PvP and win with your Grand Company that I wish they went back to the required Grand Company instead of random. Oh, Caitlin, when you win a frontline, it automatically gives the victory in the achievement to the team that you have chosen. The fact that you're representing a different Grand Company is irrelevant to the achievement. It denotes that you are a representative of the adders. If you are a representative of the adders, normally. So you don't have to worry about that. The reason why they made it random like that is because people started winner team joining. That is the reason why there's so many that are in Maelstrom. It's not because Maelstrom is so amazing, it's because Maelstrom was the team that PvPers chose. Does anyone know synced minimum item level crystal tower is possible? Yeah, it is. It is possible. And yeah, Caitlin, if you remind me when we're out of here, I can show you my achievement. The reason why that would be relevant is because I've only ever represented Maelstrom. That is unrelated to the PvP thing that I mentioned. Which means that you would see that I have no progress on the achievements associated with Adder or what was this? Was resolution, right? I don't feel very comfortable with doing this without items. But I have no progress on the Adders or Immortal Flames, specifically because I've never partnered with them, even though that I've been on those teams many times. Basically, at some point they discovered that people were all switching to Maelstrom because Maelstrom won more often, which meant that basically if you queued for Frontline in those days, which is a long time ago, as Maelstrom the queue was effectively infinite because there was so many people from Maelstrom queuing. If you were from Immortal Flames, your queue would be so-so. And if you were from Adders, it would be near instant, but you would also lose. Guaranteed. Because basically no one was siding with Adder because they usually lost. There's a lot of lost on this floor. So they made it random. Just that you queue for Frontline and you just get a random team. Because then you can't win a team join anymore. Right, to the Battle High thing. In Frontline, whoops, that's not good. That is not very good. That is not very good. Take this. In Frontline, there is an additional gauge on your screen with a flag next to it. The flag gauge increases by 10 every time you get a kill, and by 2 every time you assist in a kill. And every 20 points on this gauge increases your damage output and healing output by 10% additively. So 40 gives you a combined 20%, for instance. And if you die, you lose half of it, of course. But I don't think the game explains that that's what it does. So for some players, like if you don't know, it just looks like a kill streak, right? Like if you don't know, it just looks like a kill streak, and even more so because it's displayed next to like the nameplate of enemies. But because it increases both damage and healing, it also means that the players with the high battle high, oh excellent, are harder to kill. Because they can heal themselves better than you can. So it's like almost like a win more thing. That Mimic is very tough. That's 3 Mimics so far, I think. 3 or 4. Hey Knight, hope you're doing well. And yeah, that typically happens, Knight. Sometimes it can help to picture yourself from the enemy's team. If you have really high battle high, like you may have sometimes played a match where you notice that as an enemy with a really high battle high approaches your team, you'll notice that suddenly someone puts a 1 marker over them. Like you might be approaching the enemies in a squad of like 5 or 6 players, but the enemies only see you because they put a marker on you. And the same thing happens in both directions. I'm not really feeling very lucky with this set, with this floor. Also not a big fan of every time I clear for a chest, it feels like a different enemy just goes, oh right, the chest, and then they go over to look at it. So I have to choose between also killing them or just moving on. Vivi says I kind of wish it was a trade-off. Well, I mean, that would make it a detrimental effect, right? But I get what you mean. Right. The Sasquatches. What do we do with that? What do we do with that? Oh, right, that. Well, Vivi, there's also the problem that would certainly make some jobs a lot more effective at having high battle high. Like, could you imagine, like, you finally get battle high 5, and then a machinist from across the way that also has battle high 5 just snipes you and you die instantly. Because your battle high makes you take more damage, but the machinist is fine. They're just using LB from Narnia. There's nothing you can do about it. Because your battle high makes you take more damage, and their battle high makes them do more damage. Does it mean that I would find it quite funny? You'd probably find it funny once. Eventually you'd be like, okay, can I play the game now? I'll use a rage. I have 3. Hey man, take this. Ow. Hold this. Oh, perfect. The exit is in another Sasquatchy room. Dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum. You wanna hold these hands? Does this open the exit? Nope. Can we make it to another pack? It might be, Caitlin. Like, long story short is that if people have the completely red banner next to their name, they're doing 50% more damage. Indeed, in frontline, you have like a built-in passive damage reduction effect that like pushes in the other direction. But it doesn't change the fact that they kind of... Are you kidding me? Even things out a bit, rather than mean that you take a lot less damage once people start to get their battle highs going. Man. I feel like I'm cursed. Like, it's not even the floors that are cursed, it's me. That was a lost. Ah, thanks. 2 max potions. That was totally worth. What are you? At least that was a steal. Also that, Pikachu. Also, hey, Gosardi and Pikachu. Hope you're doing well. Curse to Chaiji. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, essentially what I'm getting at is that if Battle High made you also take more damage, it would be funny if you're not good at getting Battle High. But once you get good at getting Battle High, you'll realize that that's not very fun for anyone. Oh, man. Elliot, hope you're doing well. Ah, what? Why? But what do you even do at that point? Oh, yeah, exactly, Primo. Ultimate cursed floor. There's like 3 gorillas in there. It's a party room. There's no other way out. Abilities are locked. Gloom is in effect. I think the only thing I can do is use an item to maybe get out of here, but I don't feel like I can. There are too many monkeys. You ever feel like Palace of the Dead doesn't like you? All the time. I actually went into this thinking I don't know if I want to try again if I don't make it, but I feel like I won't make it like this. I should have used a racing before pulling that guy. Oh, right, I can't use anything. Ow. Yeah, I'm killing myself to that. It's basically over. Maybe not. Hey, Zelly. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I kind of have to use Serenity, I think. But it doesn't really help. Like, I can't get out of this room. Other Pomanders. I guess the only thing that could get me out of here would be a Rage. But that's not even a guarantee. Witching after. You see how many enemies are in there? Priority on proximity mobs? Hey, Emily and Techie, hope you're doing well. I don't know what to say. Like, if I go in and witch them, then they'll not work. Are you saying that that's the suggestion? Run in and use witching. I'm pretty sure I will die before it resolves. The best I could come up with would be Rage. And I don't even know if that would work. Can you stun and run past? I don't have a stun. No stuns. Serenity Witching Lust, would that actually work? I mean, I haven't used Lust in a situation like this before, but I could try it. Come on. I didn't catch very many. I didn't catch very many. This isn't going to work. No. I'm not good enough at this to do this. Hey, this is just a too clever trap for me. I can't do this. I straight up can't. No, it's okay, Darius. It's not like it's not your fault. I chose to take your advice. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Like that's not how this works. Like pick mobs until key opens. Which mobs, Yannick? I can't kill an Ansu. Again, I'm not good enough to kill an Ansu. That's true, Gardizen. It's a random effect. But even so, even if I had done exactly, like, if I had done it exactly as I'd envisioned it, I still don't think it would have worked. Oh, look, a patrol is here as well. Why not? The game got tired of me hiding and sent a scout to check on me. You good? You good in there? No, I'm not. You ruined it. You ruined it, Palace of the Dead. I don't like you. I don't like you, Palace of the Dead. You're mean. And those can be killed with enough kiting. I know that it's possible. I think Yannick has told me as well that it's possible. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not. Well, I think I did say it's not possible. But what I meant is I'm not good enough. I can't. I should, in retrospect, probably not have pulled this guy with 4 stacks of these things. Hey Rothkind, hope you're doing well. You won't ever know if you never try. Fala, the thing that happens with the Ansu is that if they get the thing they want to do to you, on you, you get stunned. And then you die. So it's like, it's not even like, oh no, I have to be careful. It's like, you make the mistake, you're dead. Instantaneously. But I do see that if we're going anywhere, we have to try it. Killing monkeys first probably would be a good idea. Oh, the plan is that we exit to the left and all the monkeys are to the right. That's the reason why I'm only fighting the things on the left, is because I'm trying to clear a path and just exit. I just want to leave. And the monkeys are not in the way. They're incredibly annoying, but they're not in the way. And I do agree, Pre-Med, it is better to try something instead of just go, well, we can't do it. And then we just stand and die. Speaking of standing, I'm waiting for a combination of the monkeys taking a chill pill. And I was also waiting for reassemble. Ow. I'll say I expected that to do more damage. Ow. Like, they go in sequence. I'm getting rid of that guy. I have a feeling that it'll just sneak up on me if I don't. Ah. I'm also just saying the kiting thing? Ow. How even? Oh, it almost stunned me again. You guys just keep looking over there, eat your bananas or something. I don't... Can you... Ow. Almost. Guess who's going in the grinder next? It's you. So 20 minutes left flight, maybe? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Ow. Ow. My God, you're really persistent on this. Ow. Yeah, I'll give it my best shot. I'm not just gonna lay down and give up. But the timer tells me that it's over. The timer tells me it's over. Hey, Ocni. Hope you're doing well. I forgot to use flight. I forgot to use flight. I mean... Maybe I am cursed. Yeah, I think so, Vivi. I think I'm cursed. I'm coming through. Excuse me. Oh, I didn't expect you to turn around so fast. Schmack. Nah, it wouldn't do anything. By the time I would get my bearings, it would just been like, I mean, it's over. Might as well get an additional flight. Can I see the exit from here? If there isn't a trap, then we might have something that works here. Because we have a donut room. Ow. Ah, well. At least we managed to push through, and at the very least I managed to have a success fighting some Ansus. Wait, I already checked that room. I think? No? Wait? No? Which job was the hardest of this again? I think it was Astrologian. Pretty sure it was Astrologian. So anyway, I said if that room wasn't trapped, we might be able to make it work. I can't do it, man. I'm just too unlucky for this. I was hoping I could spot the exit, so that I could at least make it to that. But I still don't know where the exit is. And if it isn't here... Oh, it is here! We might be able to make that work. But the exit isn't open. The exit isn't open. I am supremely cursed. Is all I'm saying. I am super mega cursed at this. Safety, please. That's a good idea. Ow! I need my face. Sasquatch, can you not browbeat me? I need the face. I'm using it for existing. Ow. Can I sneak past that? I also realized that I just fought the Sasquatch with weakness still. Not exactly my brightest moment, let's say. I want to fight the lion. At least he doesn't threaten my life. Lions are well known to not be dangerous. At this point, can you even be mad? What do you even do at this point? For a second, I thought it said Mimic again. Ow. We have like 12 minutes to clear this floor and the next and Behemoth, which I believe Behemoth takes like 7 minutes just on its own. Guess you better run faster then. I'm trying. Yeah, exactly. Just the hardest boss, perfectly executed. Easy. Do I need to say anything? Do I even need to say anything? The game just said, nah, not this time, buddy. This is the best I can do. The problem is, even if I beat Behemoth... By the way, perfect guard squad just blocking the exit. You see it? Even if I beat Behemoth, look at my Pomanders. Like, the next set is over. We don't have the tools. I'll need another strength. Anyway. I don't have any racing left also. I'll start with this. Just to push the... I should have used a sustaining potion. I'm being a total derp. Whatever. No way to fix that. How much percent is it that I should lost that again? And how much percent is it that I should throttle the damage again? Does anyone remember? Meteor's on 15%. Lost at about 30%. Hold damage at 20 point. Oh, is it 20% that he does the thing? Is it 20 or 15%? 15.3 is enrage. Right, as I recall, the optimal thing is to wait until an auto attack initiates the enrage. Place to initiate the enrage during a Charybdis cast. Oh, I don't think I've heard that one before, but that is actually a really good point. The reason why I stopped using my battery gauge is because I wasn't sure how long it would take to build it. I'm just not gonna risk that. Lost at 23%. I'll do that. This is not the smartest time to do it as my sustaining potion is running out, so that was incredibly stupid and very classic of me. Ah, I goofed it. And I used my healing earlier because I'm stupid like that. So now I can't heal up again in time. It wasn't meant to be. It just wasn't meant to be. No, see, Pikachu, I didn't crit something. I basically was like, okay, he's going to cast Charybdis again. I'll use a GZD to line up with it. And then I did I hit him to exactly past the point. And then he was like, Charybdis? Are you stupid? And then just went directly to the Ecliptic Meteor. So I basically completely perfectly ruined it. Thank you, Rin Mazuru. Unfortunately, we're going back to the start. Man, that was cursed. This is reset to 0. Like, Can I see my items? I can't. I can see my items. Like, let me put it like this. Even had I beaten it, even had I beaten the boss, I would have no rage left, no witching left, no lust left, no racing left, and be low on the safety measures. Like, I was basically done. So, I guess it would have been nice to have the extra clear, but yeah, exactly, Pikachu. That was what I was trying to do. But I was a little too confident in my ability to hit past the point as Charybdis came out. And I also forgot that I needed both my potion and my second wind to heal up after the first meteor. And you know what I remembered? I remembered exactly the moment he started casting it. I was like, wait a minute, I'm an idiot. And then I died. Oh well. Oh well. Hey Perrin, hope you're doing well. I did consider trying with a different job, but it's a little bit difficult because I'm like leaning between doing it with a different job means that I have to relearn what I can get away with and stuff, so that's not optimal. But it might be interesting. Ultimately, as you can see, I decided to go Machinist again. Sure, Yannick. Ever tried on healer? I have not. I have tried solo runs. Like, if we only count the ones where I actually, like, got it all the way to the door, by which I mean the only reason it ended was because I wiped. It was with Summoner, Pictomancer, and Machinist. But that is exactly what I was thinking, was I could try it on a tank or a healer. And that is actually something that we've talked about before on these streams, Gardus, and of course you haven't been there for those, I imagine, but that part of the reason why I prefer to go as Machinist is that I am not very good at my time management. So it's better that I play something where like enemies just hit harder, so I just have to get good about that, but I don't need to worry as much about the timer, at the very least. Yeah, I do agree with that, Yannick. But in fairness, the reason why I stood there so long looking at the treasure room was because I saw what I saw and concluded that there was nothing I could do. So you might be saying, well, you needed to do something. I looked at a room full of enemies that I couldn't fight. But you're right. Like, every time I'm just standing somewhere, just looking at it, I'm perfectly aware I just stepped in a trap. I'm perfectly aware that that I'm wasting time. Oh man. Oh boy, what a start. No, it's okay, Gardison. Generally, I think I've said this to Yannick as well, and also others, is that I don't mind people backseating. Sometimes I even ask for it. Like, if I go, I don't know what to do, then it means that hopefully you do, and I'm stuck until someone says something, or or if you give me enough time, I'll do something stupid. But the warning, though, is that when you do give me advice, is that I might sometimes respond snidely to it. I don't mind that you give the advice, but I might not respond. I might not always be too kind to the response. It's not like I'm like I will be mad. It's just more like I know that I'll sometimes do that. So it's just a warning. But I don't get mad at you for it. It's advice. I give advice. It's only fair you can give me advice. And yeah, that does make sense, Yannick. But that was also the thing, is that I saw Donut Room, which is the most convenient to kite stuff in. And given that I was basically feeling like I needed any help I could get. That was also why, like, I'm sure you did hear that I said, as I started kiting in the Donut Room, that it might be fine if there isn't a trap in it. So I basically had already concluded that I needed there to not be a trap, and then there was a trap, and I stepped in it. Because I was already so down on my luck that I hoped that I could at least have that. And the game still said no. But that is a good point. I didn't actually know that the Donut Rooms have the most trap points. But that does explain a lot. Usually, I'm the most confident about the Donut Rooms if I start in one. Am I right in the assumption that there are no traps in the room you start in? Aside from a potentially trapped silver chest? Or a mimic? You got it, since it's better to not open golden chests if you already have exit open, because it can be a mimic, and it's at least 1 minute of time wasted on later floors. That is actually a really good point. And I think I also started doing that more in the later floors and just today. But that was probably more so I was forced to do so, because every time there was a monster looking at the chest that I wanted to take. But that is actually a good tip. Just skip the chest if the door's open, because the mimic would also contribute to it, and we're trying to save time. Good to know that that assumption was correct. By the way, did you see that I stepped in 2 traps in succession? Did you all catch that? On like floor 3? On the one hand, I could have walked more safely. On the other hand, that's incredible. Whoa, we already have 3 strengths. Huh. I was just grabbing the treasure thinking I should just continue, and then I already maxed out on strength. I also recognize that right now I'm basically running in the worst way possible. Welcome back, Relearning. We lost to the Behemoth, but on the other hand, the bag was so empty that even had we beaten it, we probably would have died on the next set of floors. Being a loot goblin when your bag is full ain't the play. Well, I will say that my bag was my bag was not full. But that's true, and that is also something that I do a lot, is that I seek out the treasure until suddenly I'm low on time. That is a big weakness of mine. Yeah, that's true, I did do that, Garrison. I think, if I remember correctly, I kited the mobs all the way back to a donut room, right? I don't know if you missed that too, Nox, but floor 179 was another floor where right next to the spawn... Oh, sweet! Free XP! was another room, was another floor where I was right next to a treasure room, and it was the only way out. So I basically used a raging and just plowed through to the exit. But we died to Behemoth. I mean, that's also a good point. I completely forgot to use both, both affluence and fortune in the previous set, which I could have made use of in multiple ways to help me. In some cases, it's better to run through and die and save the raging for something else. Well, Pikachu, just to be clear, I'm pretty sure I had already basically done that. Like, I had 0 racings left. Because on the previous floor, I ran and died closer to the exit, using my last racing. Hey, Philip. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it basically... A lot of things went wrong. Definitely, I could have played it better. If I would, like, if only I was better at Palace of the Dead, then I could have played it better. But it was quite cursed. And that's also a good tip, Yannick. Actually, I'm pretty sure I have done so in the past. By which I mean... in the past, in, like, usually in a group, as opposed to, like, solo, where we would actively make sure that certain Pomanders stay at most 2. Case in point, I should probably just use a fortune on the next floor since I'm clearing all the mobs on the floors anyway. Thank you, Darius. It would be boring if I just sat here and wallowed in the loss for a few hours. But thank you. And thank you, Wolf. And that is indeed it. And that is also the good part is that we have several masters of Palace of the Dead in the chat, just giving advice here and there. Solo Deep Dungeon is pretty much the should have done X masterclass. Oh yeah, definitely. I should have gone at a curve through that room. Also, like, don't know how many saw that, but if I remember correctly, the previous attempt, like the previous set, attempt 3, was, I think, like, if I remember correctly, I don't think I've seen so many mimics in one set of 10. You should have just killed the boss first try, yeah. Kai, as a streamer, you're supposed to play up how upset you are at losing that run so we can clip it? Ah, sorry. Hate that the Rook Auto Turret doesn't scale to 100 battery gauge. What do you mean? The Rook Auto Turret scales better the more battery you have, for some reason. Whereas Queen does not. It goes from 35 to 75 as you bring more battery, which means that it actually... A 50 battery gauge is 35, a 100 is 5 more than double. So it's actually better to exclusively use your turret at 100 battery gauge. Now, in Palace of the Dead, sometimes your turret is just going to be overkill if you do that. So, like, it doesn't really matter. Could be a good idea to review such scenarios when traveling through low floors and reviewing how to deal with them. You're probably right. But I am learning. It's not like I'm just going in and making the exact same mistakes every time. Ow. They call me Minesweeper. I was 3 Heaven on High runs with 3 racings. Oh man. Imagine learning from your mistakes and moving on instead of wallowing in self-pity for 30 minutes. Yeah. Should have a friend box counter? Oh yeah, we should. That'd be pretty funny. Maybe if I can set it up so that I have like a button that I can count them with. Brilliant. We have apparently just recently decided that mimics are friend boxes. That is quite impressive, Gardizen. Yeah, my weakness in all this is that I'm not very good at performing a difficult fight under the pressure of you have one try. Specifically, I'm very good at repetition. I'm not very good at you only got one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. Behemoth down the street. Exactly, PH. Free XP. And you get the Quadra Mimic. Yeah. If I remember correctly, there was in the previous set, we got down on the lock with items as well. And I ended up going, well, I kind of need, like, I'll use an alteration. I think the logic was that an alteration would be better than the actual mobs on the floor. But that didn't change the fact that when we then found the result of the alteration, we had a treasure room filled with mimics. If I remember correctly. Oh wait, is that wrong? I remember that we had an entirely like mega cursed run, and right before the end, where things went more wrong, we actually had a treasure room with onions. Oh yeah, I know Pigahoo. I think I've had a triple mimic. And I think I've had a triple mimic next to another, like, separate mimic. Dad says I learned to handle the whole you only got one try thing better from playing BG3 with honor mode, so hopefully it translates to Palace of the Dead as well. I would say with BG3 you at least have as much time as you need to think about what you do before you get forced. Would you take less problems on Behemoth for a bit riskier Godfather? That depends on what kind of way that would be done in. Like, what's the thought process, Yannick? Imagine a Mimic dropping another Mimic. Oh, yeah, exactly, Parent. That's what I mean. Imagine that. That happens. You have like a really difficult mob, it drops a chest, that's a Mimic, then you kill the Mimic, it's also a Mimic that it was holding. You kill that as another Mimic. I don't think there's actually a limit. It's just the limit is how unlucky or cursed you are. Could you imagine that though? You're on a pretty good pace, and then like you find a Mimic, you kill it. You go, okay, what's my treasure? It's a Mimic. Then you kill that. You open like, okay, what's the chance it'll happen twice? It's another Mimic. Like you just keep going, and like 4 or 5, like if that happened to you, question, if that happened to you. Wait, was there another treasure in here? If that happened to you, that you're basically just fighting a nesting doll of Mimics, how many Mimics would you go through before you just go, ah, whatever, I'll just leave? I'm guessing from what other people said that they would probably leave once the key activates. Oh, that's a good point, Yannick. Like, the thing is, if you have something like, you know, like Shadowplay or like some sort of way to like start recording in the past, I could imagine that by the time that you see like the fourth Mimic, you'd be like, well, okay then, and like start recording, like, watch this. Like, at that point, it's just for the memes, right? Definitely seen triple me. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You do it at the fourth one. And that's the saddest part, Garrison. We had several Mimics on the last 10, like on the 10 final floors, like just a bit ago. And I'm pretty sure all of them dropped like 2 or 3 max potions. But yeah, I mean, just to not just skip over that with the BG3 thing, BG3 honor mode is still like that's something you learn from. Like really thinking about what you do before you do something, right? It's just that the difference is that in Palace of the Dead, if you're met with something you have no idea what to do with, you're in a position where it's like, sure, but clock's ticking. So you might not have the time you need to think. But I'm sure it helps. But that's also the thing. Get your bingo cards ready, right? Like I tried hardcore World of Warcraft. I got to like level 28 or something, and then I lost interest. I didn't die. I just lost interest. But that's another case of if you had all the time in the world to think about what to do, what would you do? And that allows you to get a lot smarter about what you do. There's also the part that in that context, you can just choose to not do any of the risky stuff. And you can just choose to not do it. Imagine if you could do that in Palace of the Dead. Like every time you see like a treasure room, there's just like a back door. And there's like, if you don't like this, you can just use the back door. That's why I call them party rooms. It's because I don't see the treasure, I see the 20 enemies in there. I feel like kiting also leads you to triggering traps. Well, yeah, that happens. I would say that's a skill issue on my part. Like, I would just need to get better at kiting. But the way I would get rid of that, wouldn't that be by just using my Pomander very aggressively, Yannick? Is it beneficial to get all the treasure before moving a floor? If you have the time, then it's free treasure. By playing melee. Well, then I would have to play a different job. Yeah, if you actually have the time to get the treasure, then, you know, you might as well. But as others said, when you get to the later floors where the timer is like a bigger issue, you might just want to leave when you see the key light up. And just to be clear, I can get away with grabbing most of the treasure on every floor if I want it, up to like, I would say just off the top of my head, up to like floor 150. So by lower floors, like that's a pretty large amount of floors. Now, whether you need to do that is a completely different story. And the reason why I'm like exploring everything and killing everything on these floors is because I'm leveling up. Give Reaper a shot if you felt like a bit of variety. Alright. I will consider that. Yeah, that's exactly it, is that if I switch to a different job, then there's like a bunch of things where I know what I can get away with as Machinist, where I'm like, I have no idea if I'm playing Reaper. That's exactly what I was thinking about earlier, was like, I could maybe go as a tank or a healer to mix things up. But then I'd have to relearn a bunch of things. So that's why I just went again. Toad. Frog. Yeah, Reaper has nearly the same weakness as Pixelmancer in that regard. I hated that. I hated that mimics were just like, well, I hope you're packing some heat because But that is a good suggestion, Yannick. Oh, wow. Is this the first floor with a negative? Just right out the gate. Just coming out swinging. Exactly, Pikachu. I wiped to Behemoth on my... I believe I wiped to Behemoth on my first try as Pixelmancer. I think that was how it went. And I had this experience of decimating everything in an instant, and then at some point the enemies got strong enough to fight back, and then because you did it all as Pictoman, so you might not actually be sure what you do about that, and you're like, well, I didn't actually think you'd get this far, and then you just hope you can kill them first. Some reason I thought I had already had that active. Oh. Hawks just means you can't fight no items, but I don't think it would do that anyway. No. By the time we'd reach floors where that would be a concern of mine, I would probably just not want to fight things like that. Like that combo. How does Reaper deal with Behemoth? You just have a full soul gauge. And a soul slice ready. Just bloodbath. Elaine says, is there a guide to when to use the different tank mitigations? I think I like give an outline of an example order to use your tank mitigations in my tank guides themselves, like the specific job guides. I think I also go over it in my I should have a playlist on the channel of like, I think it was like a series of 6 tips for each role, where for instance the tank one spends quite a lot of time on how to deal with pulling and positioning and stuff. But I'm pretty sure I also go over some defensive cooldown cycling in that. Then I also have a series called like 6 mistakes each role makes. Thank you, Gyarados. Yeah, 6 tips for tanks. Perfect. And thank you, Gyarados. But long story short on it is, if you're at a level where Heart of Stone is available, when you're pulling big AoE packs, you should pretty much use Heart of Stone when you reach your destination and the mobs are coming for you. Like, just immediately. If you're in certain level ranges, like for instance in the level ranges of most Endwalker dungeons, I would say, for some reason, it might not be a bad idea to like combo that with another defensive, but that's a whole different story. Like that's a little complicated. It's something you might figure out. I think I talked about it a little bit in my in a mental roulette video, so like that's not super helpful, I guess. But I call it interlacing defensive cooldowns. Like you crunch them together a bit more. So instead of waiting for the previous cooldown to run out before you use the next one, you're like 50-50 them, so that like you have like less, like you have no time where you don't have a cooldown. Hey Webbies, hope you're doing well. And yep, we had a very cursed set of 10 floors leading up to Behemoth. Godfather can require a bit more of shenanigans. Notably, it might be forced to sprint away during the cleave part of its rotation. Oh, interesting. By the way, wouldn't the fact that you have to be in melee range mean that Behemoth would definitely smack you after the meteor as a Reaper? Hey Kylan, hope you're doing well. Go behind it on the sides. Oh, it can't swing at you if you're there? Oh. No, I didn't know that. I guess that does make sense, since it would have to look at you normally and it doesn't while it's doing that. Oh, right. Over here using Hypercharge and then remembering that I don't have Heat Blast. Womp. That's weird, isn't it? There's like 5 levels where you don't have Heat Blast. I like to imagine that they did that just to make it scuffed. So that I have a whole section in my Machinist guide explaining to do that, and then 5 levels later it's like, by the way, what I said there doesn't matter. Don't need it anymore. Yeah, hypercharge before you get heat blast is like power wise, I'm pretty sure it does the equivalent of like if you do it perfectly, you gain 80 potency combined. 80. So that you can appreciate heat blast more when you get it. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's really cold, Kylan. Minus 25. Yikes. I don't think it has ever been that cold. At least in Denmark for a long time. Exactly, Gazel. You get 5 stacks, you only have enough time to spend 4. Before it was stacks, you only had enough time for 3. And if you're still here, Delane, I think others mentioned it and I sort of alluded to it as well, but yeah, the most important tip for tanking is don't use it all at once. It's better to like even it out over a long period of time so that you're taking less damage for longer. The only time you just go smash and use everything is if you think it's needed. That's what we typically refer to as kitchen sinking. Because you throw everything but the kitchen sink. You throw the sink in there, so that's when you use home gang. Use all the defensive and then also hallowed ground. Just to be sure. You're talking to me, Caitlin? I made guides for all jobs up to level 100. Would be weird if I didn't have them leveled. I was mainly curious of when it's better to use my camouflage over Nebula. Generally speaking, using the bigger one when it's offered is better. But let's say that the boss is is barreling you down with a lot of damage, right? It's really smacking you hard. So you're taking a ton of damage. So it would be nice if you had a defensive cooldown. But you also know that in like 30 seconds, there's a tank buster coming and you need something big for that. Then you could use camouflage first, and then when the big tank buster comes, you can use Nebula. So it's more like some specifics, but ultimately you'd rather get like just work your way through your cooldowns. A lot of the time, me personally, because I don't play Gunbreaker the most of my tank. Like actually, generally speaking, because I'm main warrior among the tanks, I'm extremely bad about using the cooldown that the other tanks have in place of Thrill of Battle. Because I'm used to holding Thrill of Battle for recovery. Which means like Dark Mind, Camouflage, Bulwark. But ultimately it's just on the list. And Camouflage is... From memory, it is worse than it's worse than Rampart. So like, if I say that you should like work your way through your better cooldowns, that means Camouflage goes after Rampart in that priority. And it is like a little bit of a math equation to figure out why Rampart is better. Because like a 10% and a higher chance of 15%, surely that's better than just 20%. But it's like, it's a combination of factors, but I think camouflage, I can't remember what I got it to, but I think it's like 17%. Yeah, the reason why it becomes complicated, everyone, is because technically you have a 10% chance to parry all the time. And the parry is 15%, which means that to figure out how much damage reduction camouflage actually provides, you have to remember that baseline you're average only taking 98.5% damage because you're parrying 10% of the attacks. You're changing that to 60% of the attacks. And you're also taking 10% less damage. So you have to combine those things. Which is why it becomes a little bit more complicated. Just a little bit. That's not to say camouflage is bad. It's just, I would generally say that Rampart has higher priority. DS Musenpal says, is camouflage equal to Bulwark? Bulwark is also complicated to calculate. I'm actually pretty sure that Bulwark, in the same way, averages averages a damage reduction of about 17% or something like that as well. So, like, in a way, yeah, it's pretty much nearly the same. The difference is that Bulwark guarantees a 20% damage reduction. I realize that I'm not level 35 yet. I'm a little bit behind on levels, I think. The reason why I gave this more extended example, Wolf of the Fallen, is that turns out if you Savage Raid, that you'll realize that 10% is often not quite enough when the boss really, really goes to town with auto attacks. That's the reason why it became a little bit more complicated. If parries are about 15% damage reduction, it's exactly 15% damage reduction. So 50% of that sounds about right. It is something like that. So basically, if you have 10% parry chance, right? Then it effectively means that you take 1.5% less damage on average. And if you change that 10% to 60%, then you multiply that by 6. That's 9% damage reduction, right? 3, 6, 9. But you also have 10% damage reduction, so you go from taking 98.5% damage to taking... Oh. I think I've done this exact calculation on stream before. The 15% damage reduction, 10% of the time equals, well, rather, is equivalent to 1.5% damage reduction all the time. So you take this and change it to 60%, and that leads to 9%. And then you also have 10% damage reduction. So you go from taking 98.5% to taking 91%. And also 90%. So we start by timesing those two together. Which leads to, let's see, taking 81 point... Whoops, I need to move that a little bit. That's why you don't ride leftward, Kai. I need 81.9%. But technically, like, this is the amount of less damage you're taking if you ignore that you started here. Like, if you use Rampart, then you go from you take 20% less damage than you were already taking. But because we have this parry detail in here, you kind of need to assume that you're replacing the 10% damage reduction with 60%. So the way I usually go about this is that I go, well... Let me see if I remember this right. Come to think of it, I might be calculating this wrong, but I'm pretty sure I usually do it like this. And then I divide it by the original percent. Which is to say, how much less damage am I taking relative to what I was taking before? And this gives us... Imagine if you could just extend the blackboard while you're riding on it. Just... Usually do something like this, which is how I got to the like 16-17% less damage taken relative to what you were taking before. Because then you go 100% minus 83.15%. And then you get 16.85%. That's about as good as it is. It's the same thing if you went with Bulwark. The difference is that like there's a little bit less to calculate because you basically go and replace 30% chance for 20% reduction to 100%. So you go from an average of 6% damage reduction to 20%. So you do it the same way, you get approximately the same calculation. Like, you get approximately something similar, right? Not quite, actually. Because, whoops. 80% divided by 94% is equal to 85.1%. What happened? Let's see, slightly random question, but parrying made me remember. Against Kefka normal on Gunbreaker, I've had moments where for his knockback, I've not been knocked back and noticed I parried. Is that a case of the knockback only happens if the shield is broken and HP is removed in the hit? Yes. That's often the case, is that if the attack doesn't actually do damage to you, then it doesn't count. You see here, Bulwark is closer to 14.9% damage reduction. But something that is worth considering is that it's not quite that, right? There's actually also more to it than that. Because this is actually what makes Paladin really complicated to calculate on. Some of you, if you're really quick, you might have realized that I forgot. Because Paladin is actually working with 10% chance for 15% parry as well. And you cannot both parry and block at the same time. So technically, these two things go together. I can't quite remember how the calculation goes between these two. I'm not going to go and just say, well, it's 10% and 30%. But the point is that it's slightly less than this. But in practice, Bulwark, if you're going to take one punch, you're fighting One Punch Man, he's only going to punch you once. If you're taking that hit, you would probably rather want Bulwark over camouflage. Unless it's a dot, but then it gets really complicated. Basically, side effects of an attack does not get blocked, so if a dot is there, that is not reduced just because you blocked the attack. But let's say it's just an attack, like a single hit, then taking 20% less damage for sure is better than maybe taking 18% less damage. Because that's ultimately what you're dealing with, right? Like, that's the amount of damage reduction camouflage provides relative to what you could have had on average is, of course, this up here. So yeah, parry and block shenanigans. I was saying, if you fight One Punch Man, there'll be nothing left, so mitigation doesn't really matter. Well, if you're strong enough. I also remembered that I promised to check something. I think it was Caitlyn. You see here? I have 148 frontline victories. Which matches with the 148 here, which is my total performance. Like, that is all of my victories ever. And they're all from the Maelstrom. I am not just lucky and I only win when I'm like representing Maelstrom. You see here that I have 0 wins for Ada and 0 wins for Immortal Flames because I don't represent them like with my character. I am specifically a Storm Captain. Was there anything else? How's AD, Ruru? Hope you're doing well. Invivi says, watching a current patch M2S and seeing no mitigations on boss or party for the stack or split mechanic and then being fine made me go, what? After healing that new? It hurts! Yeah, generally, just good advice, by the way, is that if you're tanking something and you have a bunch of mitigation that you know you like, either A, you don't know if you'll need, or B, or rather, if you don't know that you will need these, then using them on the boss is not a bad idea. I think I talked about this in a Porta de Cumana while I was playing... Was that a Gunbreaker? Was it Dark Knight? Was it Paladin? I can't actually remember. But I basically was cycling defensive cooldowns on Ultimate Weapon. Because taking less damage is always helpful. Especially on a fight on a level 50 boss, because your healer has to use GCDs to heal you most of the time. Or they might. But yeah, the thing that makes it complicated to determine how much value Camouflage and Bulwark is that how much value they bring in the moment is different from how much value they bring on average, and it's down to probability and all that. And I would say, and that kind of goes in extension of what Wolf of the Fallen said, if you're expecting a tank buster, like a tank buster is coming at you, you probably don't want to rely on a random chance to survive it. So Camouflage is a much better cooldown when you're taking sustained damage, where the fact that Camouflage increases your chance to parry, like, there's a better chance that you will reach the average result by the enemy hitting you at least 5 times, then on average you will have parried 3 of those hits during camouflage. But if they're hitting you only once, then you don't know for sure. Actually, it's the same value you get out of Bulwark. Is that Paladin has the capacity to block the attack and be super lucky. But the best time to use Bulwark, I would say, is if you know you're going to get hit and you know that this is the best possible time to just randomly block. And just, you know, just stack the deck and guarantee that it just so happens to be the case for that hit. Oops, you just got super unlucky and didn't parry anything. Sorry. Yeah, that's true, Pikachu. That is totally possible. That could happen. Whoops. That is also like, that is actually one of the biggest strengths that Paladin has in lower level content over the other tanks. Is that while you're AoEing stuff and not healing anyway, you could still block. You could still block. Big emphasis on could. The weakness it has is, however, that it doesn't heal very well. By which I mean it doesn't heal at super low levels. Emily has a tanking question. In the spirit of maintaining the boss position as consistently as possible, a fight like Porter, where it regularly warps to different spots and attacks that change its orientation, what is the best way to handle the boss positioning? My advice is, if the boss like moves to the center and stays there for a while, you probably want to face it north. But if the boss is very erratic and turns all over the place, my advice is generally like, if you're only getting a few seconds, it would actually be better to just go in front of the boss so that it keeps facing the same way instead of spinning all over the place. That is ultimately more helpful for your melee DPS. In the case of Porta de Comana, where there's a bunch of stuff that can force you to move around, especially in phase 1, my advice is, if you know where you're going to need Ultima Weapon in a few seconds, then start slowly moving it over there before it happens. If you know, you might as well. Then that means that your melee DPS can gradually move with you. Even better if you can move Ultima Weapon in such a way that you can place it so that the backside of it is safe, so that the melee DPS can stay there. And you kind of need to move earlier to be able to do that. Hey, Jacques. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we had a super cursed set of floors, so I ended up using most of my best Pomanders just to reach Behemoth. And then I goofed up on Behemoth as well, so... Like, the sad truth is that I didn't have the Pomanders to clear the next set of floors either, I don't think. Yeah, my advice, Emily, is that if a boss moves around a lot, just try to make it stay, like, make it keep facing the way that it happens to face whenever it finishes doing the thing that it does. If it keeps moving around a lot, then you trying to move it back into place is just going to be unhelpful. But if the boss stays there... If the boss stays there, then you might as well, like, turn it so that it makes sense. Elaine says, so I've been going between Rampart and Heart of Grundle for tank busters and big hits. You could... Like, I would say, actually, that you could go even further than that. It depends a little bit on the fight, but you could use Nebula and Heart of Corundum. And then the next time you use Rampart and Heart of Corundum. It depends on the fight, how much is necessary and how much you'll need for later, but like, if it doesn't really call for much, then you can really, really lay it on thick whenever the boss decides to smack you. If it's in a dungeon, I think the important thing to keep in mind is make sure that you keep an eye on what cooldown you'll have for the big AoE pull that follows after. Also that, Vivi. Vivi says, the downside of knowing about a boss pre-movement is once you see it, you can't unsee it, and it will forever notice a tank positioning oddly. The good news is that if you're the melee DPS, then you can just, you know, move in anticipation. I don't know if that's necessary, Emily. There's plenty of things that a mentor that is playing a job they're not confident in can still teach a Sprout. For instance, pop into duty. The Sprout sees the crown. Maybe they know what it means. And you say, I don't feel super confident in this job, so, and then you explain yourself. Like, for instance, if you're like, well, actually, I prefer to pull a little smaller. The thing is, some players think that mentors are supposed to be gods, so they'll be like, yeah, you're supposed to be good, but no, you're supposed to be a good role model. That's what you're supposed to be as a mentor. And you know what a good role model does? Demonstrate how you act when you don't know. That's also why it isn't that bad. If you queue for mentor roulette, you land in an extreme, you have no idea how to do, what do? You go, oh, I actually don't remember how to do this fight. Does anyone else know? Like, anyone else want to take the lead on this? If there's no answer, you can be like, oh, I can look it up. I can try and look it up. We can figure it out together. You can also just go, let's just give it a try, just pull, and then you just say what you see. Like, maybe you have some experience with bosses, so you know what to look for. You still don't need to have cleared the boss or be amazing at it. You just need to be a good teacher. Well, you know, actually, you don't even need to be a good teacher. You need to be a good mentor. You need to be a good role model. That's what matters. Yeah, the current Unreal, the Tiger, I've been told by Ham, hits really hard. A mentor's supposed to be a gold passing ultimate rate on every job and know everything about anything in the game at any given moment. Yeah, there are some players that act like that is actually the truth. At a mentor on Tsukuyomi? With 3 of us there, we were just collectively reading up on mechanics as we went. Yeah, indeed. Taldemar says, considering what mentors do in this game, I have no idea what that assumption comes from. Oh, it's very simple, Taldemar. People don't know what a mentor is in real life either. And some people also think that teachers are supposed to be like masters of the craft. Which then leads to the alternative hypothesis. Like, basically, that's also where the... I can't remember exactly how it goes, but it's something like... Those that know how do, those who don't teach, or something like that. Which is absurd. The teachers usually also know how. Or can do the thing they chose to teach. surely not all mentors can have a gold pass on all ultimates simultaneously. That is correct, Giraheen. We have reached Paradox. And then just like a fire and ice pillar drops from the heavens. I know how, but can't, and I also can't teach. Well, there you go. That phase when your teacher, when your first grade teacher can't do advanced trigonometry. Well, in fairness, I'm pretty sure to become, like, I don't know what, like, in other countries, but in Denmark at least, I'm pretty sure that a math teacher would have learned how to do advanced trigonometry. They don't need it to teach in first grade, but they probably know how to. But a big part of becoming a teacher, as far as I know, is also understanding how to teach and knowing how to figure things out. Oh, hi. We are the Minotaurs 3! Hey, Ninetails! Hope you're doing well. And that is also correct, Emily. You can't help everyone. That's also the thing that I sort of pointed out in my video from a little while back. About how to help other players. How to approach other players. Say Fash Day. Hope you're doing well. Do you know Ninetails? Or was it just greeting the person that came in? Yeah, the video specifically about how to approach teaching other players is exactly about things like how do you politely offer your advice so that you don't, like, because there are some people that get mad if you try to give them advice. So, like, how do you deal with that? Well, you ask for permission to give advice. Which is weird. Up until 7th grade in Sweden, we don't have individual subject teachers. Ah. Strange. Fair enough, Vashti. Access, how long did it take you to get the commendations to become a mentor? I'm still 500 short at like 3,000 hours. I have no idea. The thing is, Ark, when I initially unlocked mentor, it only required 300. Then they increased it to 1,500 when I had over 1,500. So it's just like, oh. So I don't know. They're very convenient. Just, oh, well then. But what I do know is that I have never done duties for the sake of getting commendations. Like, I've never specifically farmed commendations for anything. Ninetail says some people don't care enough to want to have somebody tell them how to play. Yeah, that is true. But that is also the reason why. How many commendations do you currently have? I'm pretty sure I have over 5,000. That is also the reason why sometimes, Ninetales, that when we try to... when I say we, I of course mean me, and me giving advice to you and talking with you, the reason why the player base at times go, well, it's inconsiderate to not want to learn and get better when you're bad, is exactly because those players that are like, no, I can't be bothered. Like, the argument there is that, I mean, you want the players that are carrying you to keep carrying you, right? Like, you'd like that to continue, right? Well, what are you going to do the day that they no longer want to carry you? And the argument there is probably something to the effect of, well, I'll just beat it anyway because it's easy. Well, you'll see how easy it is when you actually get paired with a group that can't do anything. And you get a group that isn't really good. Like, that's the reason why we why we sometimes focus on that. If you can't be bothered for your own sake, bother for everyone else's sake. One of the best one of the best arguments I heard for this is, what if everyone in your party played with as much effort and care as you do? Would you still win? And if the answer is a flat, obvious no, then it would be considered to try a little harder. If the answer is yes and you know that, then fair enough. The Kantian imperative, what is that? You can check your com count in the reputation menu. I can't check that while I'm in Palace of the Dead. That's why I gave up trying. Elaine says a lot of people spam guild test as tank to get comms. Yep, that's true. And I'd be wondering why I never give commendations when I land in a guild test. Someone recently actually had landed in 3 guild tests back to back, and there was a person that repeated in all 3 of them. And on the 3rd one, they sent like a big elaborate macro basically asking for comms. I'm like, right, good thing I didn't send you comms earlier. And yeah, thank you so much. And glad to see you here. Thank you. Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law. That's a little roundabout, but I'm guessing the logic is act in such a way that you can still act that way, assuming it's law? The Kantian imperative that comes from the philosopher Kant, and it's basically what you're describing about to general morality. Ah. But I mean, sort of. Like, the reason why we go to that point is because, you see, the thing is, in certain other MMOs, you get kicked if you're too lazy. You just straight up get booted. Here, we don't really do that very much. But that comes with the expectation that you're at least doing your part, right? And if you excuse that with, I can't be bothered, well, I guess we have to go to philosophy. Who was it that just also a little bit ago said that they have unironically seen mentors say, like, when you try to give advice, say you don't pay their sub. Who was it that said that in the chat? As in, you know the classic, you offer advice to someone, and the person says you don't pay my sub. Pikachu has started seeing Mentor A says to player B to give advice, and then Mentor C goes, you don't pay their sub, so leave them alone. Sure you can, Ninetales. I'll say hi, King Mike. Hope you're doing well. Also, Fash Day said find another one to carry. I mean, eventually you'll run out of people that want to carry you. That's actually also how you get blacklisted in hard content. If you're too much of a jerk, then people will eventually recognize you in Party Find and stop grouping with you. And eventually... Oh, this is awkward. You will just not be able to find groups. No, Ark. In WoW... In WoW, you just get kicked. That is exactly what I meant. I think that's what Ninetales was alluding to, as I said. In certain other MMOs, you get kicked. There's a lot of ways to approach the "you don't pay my sub" excuse, because it's an excuse. It's an excuse. It's not a defense. It's an excuse. Is you don't pay their subscription, so you're not allowed to request that they try a little harder. I think the funniest counter to that one was, I wouldn't pay your sub if you're playing like that. Which I think is hilarious. If you're wasting it on playing like this, then I certainly wouldn't pay for it. Good thing I'm not paying for it yet. Another one is... It's a little more complicated to explain it, but essentially, I don't pay your sub, so you're allowed to slow down my run deliberately. Like, the key difference, remember guys, the key important ingredient here is that if they're deliberately playing badly, as opposed to actually just being bad, right? It's perfectly fine if you're bad and you're trying and you're learning. That's the key. If you're trying your best, that's good enough. But if you're not doing very well and you're refusing to learn, then we have a problem. But if you're like, I don't want to have your advice because you don't pay my sub, it's like, you're slowing down this run, wasting my sub, which you're not paying for. So, like, how does that work? I'm trying to make the most of your sub by running this duty a little faster. You're wasting mine. You see how there's, like, a little bit of an unfairness here? Another one is also, can be dependent on what's happening. Exactly, hi King Mike. And the thing is, naivety would still be protected by if someone says, "Can I give you advice?" and you say, "Yes, I'm pretty new to the game." Boom. Like, I'm just saying, if I land in a duty with, for example, a cure bot, like a white mage only using healing spells, I offer them advice. And I tell them, can you just attack a little bit when we're at full HP? If I see them attack at all, like they just give it a chance, good. That's like, you at least try. You're moving, you're doing something. I'm not expecting you to go from 0 to 100 immediately. But you're trying. And that's all I can ask for. Would you tolerate the same level in your leveling roulette as in Ultimate? No. But I don't think I would see an Ultimate. See someone do like that in an Ultimate. Next level MMO sub mid-screen banner. You wasted X players' time. X amount of sub days have been deducted and is distributed to your previous group. That would be pretty insane. The game just determines who was like the weak link and punishes them. Wow. It sounds funny, but it also sounds incredibly mean. Hey, also, hey, Lupine. Hope you're doing well. What if they do pay for your sub? The people that pay for my sub indirectly are the members of this channel. And I would hope that they would like my advice. Because otherwise we have a problem. So I can't imagine that they would actually tell me to not give them advice. No, I hate your advice! Slice of crisp 20. That's weird. Thank you, Sophia. Yeah, clip review, please don't give me advice. Yeah, that's a good one. But yeah, you could also get more specific. A funny one, I would say, is, let's say you're a healer, right? You're a healer. And the tank is not using any mitigation whatsoever. You ask if you can give them advice. What happens next can play out in a few ways. One is that they say, yes, please. And you explain to them to use them in mitigation. Now, how well they do that is like a lot of things can happen. But if they start using mitigation, then you're getting somewhere. They're trying. There's also the possibility they don't respond. Okay then, maybe they don't speak English. We'll try to make it work. If we can make it work, we'll try to make it work. We'll try it again if something, like if we actually run into trouble with actually clearing the duty. Until then, let's just keep going. Or they say they don't want your advice. That is also a possibility. Like, I would say I have yet to run into a person that said no to receiving advice without being a jerk about it. Like, I've yet to meet someone that just said no. They either say nothing or they're extremely rude about it. In my experience. Not much you can do if they say no. But if they're a jerk about it, for instance, they say you don't pay my sub, then you could stop attacking. Assuming you were attacking at all with the amount of healing they needed. You stop using your OGCDs. You know, like, oh, well, I mean, the subscription to OGCD healing has ended. You need to pay. The payment is to actively use mitigation. So no more efficient healing until I start seeing some mitigation. And speaking from experience, actually, a white mage that only relies on their GCD heals might actually find it really difficult to keep a tank alive who isn't using their mitigation. And Gazel knows what I mean. I tend to find if they say nothing, it's usually a controller player. It could be. Sometimes I think a controller player might just say yes really quickly. But yeah, like, that's the point. That's also the reason why. Like, the thing is, if someone is playing badly and you offer them advice, if they say yes, please, then you can try and give them advice. If they say nothing, then don't assume that they're a jerk. They might not understand what you're saying, or they might, for some reason, not be capable of responding. So, you know, try to assume the best. It's hard to type a controller. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, maybe they would just say yes. Like YE or something. That'd be good enough for me. Oh, whoops. Ah, it's probably fine. Ow. On the topic of mentors, though, yeah, just answer with one. Yeah, that might also work. Like, I'm just saying, when I say, can I give advice, I'm not asking for much. Just like, just give an indication that I'm allowed to give you advice. That you have given consent to receiving advice to your brain hole. Sometimes extremes are faster than regular dungeons. I think I've had a... I'm pretty sure I've had a Garuda extreme run that was faster than a Garuda hard run. No, wait, Shiva extreme, I think it was. Which is even weirder. Like, the thing is, if you want to be able to answer faster on a controller, what you could do is you could make a make a few macros to just say short things like, you know, yes and no. That could be helpful. I don't know how often you'd need that, but that's something you could try. He says on the topic of mentors, though, the ones who see extremes and instantly leave are weak in my book. In general, I just get confused when I end up in a, like, I get a random roulette and someone in the party instantly leaves when they see what they got. I just get confused because I'm like, why did you queue for, I don't know, expert roulette if there's a 1 in 4 chance that you'll get something you don't want? Caitlin says, I get that I'm not saying everyone's a jerk when they give advice, but the people that have given me advice were rude. That can also happen. That is actually part of the reason why I made that video explaining how to give advice. Because a lot of people don't realize that the way they say things matter. Caitlin says, I can do macros, but people have said it's not that great to do party macros or talk for whatever reason. That depends on the context. The important thing is that you recognize what you're using the macro for. And also for the mentors leaving extremes immediately thing. I will say I can understand why they would do that sometimes. I don't quite agree with it, but I can understand. Like, let's say, for instance, that every time I've landed in Ramu Extreme, 100%, the group was not able to beat it. At some point, you might just get used to just cut your losses and go, well, this isn't happening, so I'm just gonna leave. And I can understand that. But there's also the part that if you never give it a chance, you'll definitely never know if it's possible. And the more practice you get with a difficult extreme, the more likely it is that you'll beat it. There is a reason why Oh, thank you, Yannick, I think. There's a reason why. If you go far enough back on my A Good Day in Mentor Roulette videos, you'll see that some of the thumbnails, many of the first ones, specifically has the abandon duty no on the thumbnail. Because if there's any chance that it can be done, I'll stay. And then that of course also extends to, I would probably be more likely to stick around to vote abandon rather than leave. It also makes sense if someone needs to leave for personal reasons. Oh yeah, I also had a Sephiroth Extreme run somewhat recently, where like the duty started with a tank who was like, oh no, this is bad. And they stayed for like 2 pulls, but they were saying that they had a terrible headache, and they didn't feel at all capable of beating Sephiroth Extreme. They didn't know the fight, they just weren't ready for it. So they left after a couple of tries. Like they were like, I can't do it. And indeed, like it was pretty clear that they were having a hard time. Like I'm not like, that's totally fair. I'd say risky to queue for Mentor Roulette if you're having a painful headache, but I get it. Maybe they have like a daily ritual where like, I do at least 1 Mentor Roulette every day. And yeah, if you're having a headache, it might actually be harder to think about not doing it than just trying and then failing. Like, the thing is, if you think about, like, what the average duty they would have gotten from Mentor Roulette, it's insanely unlikely they would get Sephiroth Extreme. And yeah, also that, Lupine. I have managed, like, I think that one already came out, a Praetorium, no wait, Castrum run, where I entered, and it turned out that there were 2 other replacements in the group as well. And all 3 of us were like, oh, are we all replacements? There was 1 Sprout in the group that presumably was the one doing it. I think we figured out that it was like, I think we figured out that it was not actually a first timer. It was just MSQ roulette, and then 3 players decided they couldn't be bothered to do Castrum. That sucks. I'm pretty sure with duty support. No wait, you can do this. You can do Castrum with duty support, right? I think the best reasoning for leaving Castrum Deiruru is that Castrum is shorter, has less cutscenes, and its XP reward and everything is also smaller. So some players would go like, I'll just queue for MSQ roulette, I'll probably get the Praetorium, and then I can go and do my laundry or something. And then they get Castrum. Some people do that. Group of Theseus, yeah, it's close. There was actually one time, I think I brought it up in the video itself, there was this one time where we had a group of Theseus in Ghost Park. As in, all 4 of the original members were replaced. Castro Mesagrona? Yeah. I'm pretty sure when I've queued for something, I've left one duty with the penalty of leaving. As in, only once have I been the first person to leave. And anyone want to guess why I left? Just to be clear, the duty was I believe it was high level dungeons. No, wait, it was level 90 dungeons. So like a little bit into the expansion of Endwalker. And I got dead ends. My goldfish was drowning. But yeah, I queued for expert, like, well, basically I queued for like level 90 dungeon. As healer. And my tank was not using any cooldowns. Defensive cooldowns. In dead ends. Dead ends. For those that are still progging through the MSQ, not going to get into too much detail on that. Like, it would be spoiler to do. But it is actually a hard dungeon. If your tank is not using defensive cooldowns, you're still progressing through, your healer's probably really good. The tank was not using any defensive mitigation. So I asked them if they could use some more mitigation. They expanded to use Living Dead on pull, on the second pull. Which of course meant that Living Dead ticked out naturally, just before it would have been helpful. So after that pull, I asked if they could maybe use some more defensives. And they said... Any guesses what they said? No. You don't pay my sub. Ding, there you go. They said you don't pay my sub. That was my first run-in with you don't pay my sub. We pulled the boss. And we wiped. Because the tank kept dying to not doing any of the mechanics right. And when we wiped, the DPS players, for some weird reason, apologized to the tank. I didn't even care what was going on. I assumed that either the DPS players was just like was equally confused, or it was a 3-man pre-made, in which case I was not gonna have any of it, so I just immediately left. I just left right then and there. I was not gonna put up with a tank that I had to basically carry by their neck through the entire duty. Not when they were acting like that. No chance. And it's the only time I've left with a penalty. I haven't unlocked defensive cooldowns yet. It was a Dark Knight. At least they had Rampart. Also, congratulations, Deirudu. Did your power go out, Relearning? Darth says, as a DPS, if you don't know how tanks and healers work, you might think the wipe was because you didn't do enough damage. That's possible. I just feel like it was so insanely unlikely that that was the way that it played out. Especially considering that if they were reading chat, they could already see that the healer was complaining about the tank. Right? There's a possibility that the tank that died multiple times was at fault. Oh, that sucks, Relearning. Hopefully things get better soon. I have had some insanely cursed dead ends runs, just to be clear. I would say that I've had worse, well, not quite as bad as wipe to the first boss because the tank was bad, but I've had some absolutely ludicrous dead ends runs. But the difference is that I can put up with that if the people in the group are not jerks. I'll put up with it. But if they're jerks, then I'm not. And I can't be bothered. I'm gonna head out. And let's just say that it was like 5 minutes later that I realized that what I should have done was just not use my OGCDs. Just revert to only cure. And then when the tank goes, where are the heals? I'll be like, well, you're not using your toolkit, so I'm not using mine. But the thing is, they were dying to mechanics. Like, they were not even dying to not using their mitigation at that point. They were dying to mechanics. So that wouldn't have been a very good, like, counter. Like, I think in the moment, the best response I had was, I'm just not going to carry you through this. And then I left. Truck won't start. Oh, man. Addison says, I once had Machinist that was only using ones in P10N. Like, just this? Just heated split shot all the way? Oh, boy. How did they get that far? Yeah, the difficult part there, and this is something I think I have brought up a bunch of times in my mentor videos, is when you see someone who seems completely lost. Like, completely lost. They have no idea what to do. But you're in a level 90 duty. Like, I would say it's perfectly understandable that you look at that situation and go, well, I don't know what to tell you. The list of things to go over is too long. Right? Like, that's what often happens to me, is that unless I can see that there's one obvious thing they're missing, it's just... I mean, if you're still spamming Cure in a level 90 duty, then I don't think my advice will land. Visualization on JK. Hope you're doing well. Oh. If they can't play their job at 90, they may have bought a skip. There are a few different possibilities. I have a friend who completed the Endwalker story and had played before Endwalker and had legitimately leveled the job that they were maining. Incidentally, they were playing Machinist. They didn't know what an OGCD was. So they didn't use Gauss Round or Ricochet because it did less damage than heated split shot. So, like, there's no point in using those attacks. They're worse, right? Why bother? They also typically used stuff like Drill a little sporadically. Like, they'd just be like, I feel like using it now. The reason why I know these things is because I've played with them so much. They've gotten better. But the point of this story is not to go, well, now I have a friend who's bad. The moral is, and I think I brought this up in videos in the past, Final Fantasy XIV is not that challenging to play through the story. So, if you don't actively seek out becoming better, you might not feel very motivated to get better. As long as things are dying, right? You're progressing, things are dying, things are good. Thank you, Aridil. So it requires a barrier for them to go, oh, I have to get better. Ark says, I wouldn't even say that. I'd say you won't even know that you're bad. True. Also that. You might not even realize that the reason why the enemies are going down so fast is because of the other players in your group. Actually says, can I apply that thought? Things die, things get better to my plants at home. Maybe not. That one might be a little, But yeah, point being that as long as the game doesn't challenge you enough to make it clear that there's a problem, then you might not realize that there is a problem. Case in point, I offered that friend of mine to teach them how to get better. And like, I showed up ready to teach them, you know, how to play Machinist. But before we even got to that, I think I spent like 20 minutes teaching them what an toxicity was. Like, it was like showing up, expecting to teach someone differential equations or something, and then realizing that they might not actually know how multiplication works. Or how a function works. So I have to start with that. And it is a really difficult thing, Ark. Ark said passing should be allowed. The difficult thing with that is that if Final Fantasy XIV had like officially sanctioned DPS meters, it would essentially allow some of the scummiest players to be even worse. Like, the simple fact that calling attention to a DPS meter in-game is essentially reportable causes a lot of the more toxic players to just go and say nothing because they don't want to risk it. Addison says, I find it strange. Final Fantasy has DPS checks for whole fights, but bans DPS meters. They have they have the Stone Sky Sea. But yeah, it is weird. But one part to it is that DPS meters are an incredibly healthy source of toxicity. It requires, like, to actually point out that someone is basically AFKing or mega sandbagging or otherwise playing extremely badly in a dungeon, you really need to look at them, right? You need to look at what they're doing and observe that they're not doing things. In World of Warcraft, you look at the DPS meter and see that they do less damage than you. And you determine whether that's fine. And similar to the way that it's not all bad in Final Fantasy XIV. It's also not all bad in World of Warcraft, but it's a case of this is why we can't have nice things. The players that couldn't handle the power ruined it for everyone else. You can also check their gear, and if gear is on a similar level between DPS, you should be able to see a relative skill level via the enmity chart. Possibly. Possibly. It's actually quite strange. I had a very weird Shiva extreme somewhat recently, and in that run, both of the healers, at least one of the healers, really liked to super spam their healing. That was the day that I discovered that while, yes, healers generate, of course, enmity from their heals, but my perspective on that is that, generally speaking, if they're healing the amount that they should be healing, that's not going to be the thing that means that you're lower than them in enmity. Not alone. In that duty, I discovered that if they just spam heals for the sake of healing, then they are going to be 3 and 4 on the enmity list. If they're just spamming for the sake of it. Vivi says, I had a guy link logs in chat to defend their healer body and Hades found because they're healing so much more, and it was pointed out that they were mostly overhealing. Ah, classic. You know, the weirdest part about that is that's how some arguments are settled in WoW. Just link the DP, like just paste the DPS meter straight into the chat. It is difficult to say, Deiruru, because remember, someone had to figure these things out first. Which means that most of these things that we figure out on the way are things that you might be able to figure out just by testing things. I'm not sure how I figured out the GCD OGCD thing, but I certainly know that I was decent at the game from the outset because I had so much experience with WoW. So there are ways you can figure these things out. Yannick says the hidden reason is that it would put more balance pressure on devs. Oh, that would probably also add to it. I think there's also another hidden reason, which is that I think there's something weird with like modding and consoles in Japan. And if they enable, like if they allow DPS meters, then console players would be at a in huge trouble. But then you could say, well, they could just have one in the game. Like they could just, you know, implement it themselves. That way, like it's there for everyone. But it is really difficult, again, because, and this is the best I can come up with, like this is the best I can offer, is that there are a lot of players that would use that for evil. A lot of players that would use it for evil. And I know that exactly from my experience in World of Warcraft. Like people like in a leveling dungeon, kicking a player because they don't do enough damage. There has been cases of that where the player not doing enough damage was because they were a legitimately new player. And the reason they didn't do enough damage is because they didn't have heirloom gear. So, like, they didn't have super overpowered gear. That's for any tool. It's not the tool that's bad, it's the user. Correct. And that's why I'm saying this is why we can't have nice things. is that I'm sure that every one of you in the chat would use an officially sanctioned DPS meter for good. You'd use it to improve yourself. You might maybe use it to help others, but you would not use it for evil. But for every one of us, there's a possibility that there's a few players that would use it for evil. And just use it as a mallet to dunk on other players. And the amount of players that have no idea how to read FF logs in the first place tells me that they wouldn't be able to use a DPS meter properly either. Gardisan says, I didn't know you could turn off party effects till Aglaya. Oh, that's quite a while. I knew that I could do it. I didn't turn them off until... So I was in a Savage raid team, in the second raid tier, of Shadowbringers. And then Shiva Unreal came. Turns out it's really, really hard to see what weapon Shiva is bringing out when there's like a million effects swirling around her. Strange how that works, right? I do wonder why full battle effects is on by default. That's a good question. At least you have the freedom to adjust it. I think so, Relearning. Ninetail says, competing with the other players on logs in my raids is what made me even want to improve in WoW. Yeah, that makes sense. That's also a big part of what made it fun to, like, improve, I think, on my end. Elaine says if battle effects were off by default, people might think it's a bug that they can't see other effects. Yeah. Although I can see the... Well... I could see the argument for why it should be on by default. I could also see how it should be limited by default, so that you can at least see, you know, things like the ninja's Doton. And yeah, in casual content, for the most part, it's fine with all the battle effects happening. It does make the game look way flashy and cool, which anyone can appreciate. That might also be part of the reason why some players might not realize that they're not doing super well. Is that, as far as they can see, the boss is like a swirling orb of destruction from everyone. So surely it's fine, right? Ark says, if I could switch them on and off with a bind, I'd leave them on most of the time. You can. You can make a macro that switches them on and off, I'm pretty sure. I think you'd need 2 macros for it. But you could. That's pretty funny, Relearning. That's also really random. But you know what? That realization that, like, I played Final Fantasy XIV with all effects on. Until that Unreal Shiva, where I discovered that I needed to turn off some effects to be able to see what weapon she was bringing. Which makes me realize now that that might explain why sometimes when I do Shiva Extreme in Mental Roulette, the tanks don't respond. Like, they don't move in response to the sword. They can't even see that the sword is coming. What's the sword do again? On Extreme, when she pulls out the sword, the first thing she does is a frontal cone stack. So you have to, like, stack with the raid. The big mix-up there is that on normal, it's a tank buster. So you could be like, well, I have done hard. I know what this means. And then you just get clobbered, just splat dead. Hey Peaches, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that does sound like a reasonable ask. Oh, this tank buster hits really hard. If I remember correctly, that tank buster also ignores mitigation. Like, just as like an added bonus on top. From a design perspective, why do you do cleave attack as a stack? That is an excellent question. My guess is that it was a simple way to mix up like a mechanic that was already there. Best suggestion. Sometimes they also just do shenanigans like, what was it? Ifrit in Ultimate does a frontal, like a claw swipe, which is a cleave in every difficulty except the Ultimate. Isn't that strange? Right, let me just hop out here. I will be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Just to elaborate on the Ifrit thing. Basically, I'm pretty sure he has this on normal, hard, and extreme, but he has like a claw swipe that he just uses as like some sort of auto attack almost. In addition to the flamethrower. And I'm like 90% sure that it cleaves. And Tandem Masters can confirm extreme at least. But on the ultimate, they just reused the animation. But it's not a cleave on ultimate. Which, fair point. With what we've seen, I don't know how you would do certain mechanics if it was. Marcus says ignores mitigation, even the invuln. Yes, actually, Shiva's sword cleave hits through invuln and ignores mitigation. They really, really want you to stack for it. But they don't give any indication that it's a stack. You just have to know that. I actually... So... if you look at the playlists, Marcus, maybe you'd be curious about this. I believe I made a playlist just the other day of the content I call Extreme Countdown, which is it's been a while since we did it. It got a little too hectic with some of the Heavensward ones, but essentially we do an old Extreme just synced, just regular synced. With 8 players. And then if we kill it, we get rid of a player. So now we're 7. We kill the boss again. Now we're 6. We kill the boss again. Now we're 5. Kill the boss again. Now we're 4. So on and so forth. Until it isn't possible anymore. Whether the reason... Oh, thank you, Ariel. Whether the reason is... Oh, well, there is this mechanic that we can't beat. Because we're missing people. Or there's a hardened rage and we can't make it. And the first few parts, I believe, I can't remember if I made 1 or 2 of them, but I did make at least one video where I basically outlined in more detail what happened, as some sort of summary video. But the first one we did was Extreme Countdown Shiva Extreme, with the comedic logic being that we were counting down towards the first extreme. But we found that it was possible to beat Shiva Extreme, I think with a bit of echo, with 3 players. 1 tank, 1 healer, and 1 DPS. Not too surprising considering that it was possible, and I believe actually the gold standard, to 1 tank Shiva Extreme on real back then also. In Shadowbringers. And the reason that we could only beat it with 3 is because 2 players don't have the damage. Like straight up just it can't meet the hardened rage. We know that from trying. When we beat it with 3, it was me as Scholar, Sip as, I believe, Dark Knight, and Milo as, I think, Samurai? Something? And there, we beat it just fine. But with only 2 players, every sword stack requires that the Scholar has Adloquium and full HP just to survive it. Hey, Damaril, hope you're doing well. And I didn't realize until afterwards that mitigation didn't help. So I worthlessly wasted resources on sacred soil. But I believe on our best try, Sip died to trying to take the stack with Living Dead. Just splat dead. So that's why I know for certain Mitigation doesn't work. She hits through invuln. But yeah, we did all of the Realm Reborn ones, and I think we did all of the Heavensward ones. And we failed on Behemoth, Dawntrail, on floor 180. We had a very cursed set of 10 floors, and ultimately I just didn't have the capacity to push through, so we reached back around to floor 41 again. Unfortunately. But looking at the various extremes from that extreme countdown is that we got Shiva down to 3, we got Ramu down to 3, we got Leviathan down to 3, I believe we got King Mogulmog down to 4. And the reason being that due to the design of the fight, you need 2 tanks. And there's like essentially a mandatory tank switch at some point. Like you have to have 2 tanks. And you need at least 1 healer, because in this level range, the tanks are not self-sufficient enough to not have a healer. And there is a mechanic. One of the things that can happen in the fight is that one of the Mughals will crowd control 3 players. 3 players. You can probably see why going from 4 players down to 3 is a problem. The way we dealt with it with 4 players was that you can, I believe you could control who got crowd controlled, because it had something to do with your distance. So we could make sure that I, as the healer, was not crowd controlled, so that I could use the Shun on everyone. But we had a bard as a backup putting Warden's Paean on me, if I remember correctly. Just in case I ended up with it, so that I could still Ishuna everyone. But if you're down to 3, then you can't bring a bard. You need to bring a healer and 2 tanks, and you can't deal with the crowd control, which means that the only way to beat it is that I believe the mechanics the Moxguard will perform is random. Like, the order is random, and they have 3 mechanics, and they can do those mechanics in each of the phases, which means that you would need to you'd need to grind up so you have full echo, because it's not happening with less than maximum echoes. You have to go in and spend 15 minutes building echo, because that's how long it takes at minimum, and then you have like 40 to 45 minutes to try the boss, and you then need to roll perfectly that in every phase the Moxguard chooses to do this mechanic where they crowd control 3 players last, so you might be able to like switch to the next phase before they use it. And then you just have to hope that they don't do it again. Like, you just have to you just have to roll perfectly 3 times in a row. Well, 2 times in a row, I think. And then, like, you also need to have the damage and the control to get the Moxguard down properly, and to meet the DPS check on King Mogulmog. So, ultimately, I looked at all that. 1 in 27, something like that. Like, I believe there are 4, like, you have to win a 1 in 3, like, assuming that they will not repeat the same mechanic. I believe that is something we know. You have to win a 1 in 3, a 1 in 2, then you have to, like, phase change, and then you have to win a 1 in 3 and a 1 in 2, and then phase change. And then you have to kill the boss, which is already difficult enough in its own right. Like, on top of this chaos, there's also a DPS check. And a 1 in 3, a 1 in 3, a 1 in 2, and 1 in 2 would be a 1 in 9 from the 2 1 in 3s, and then a 1 in 18, and then a 1 in 36, I believe. It's really unlikely is the important bit. And I was not going to drag 2 players through that nonsense for a chance to do it. But Ifrit, we beat it with 3. I can tell you, it's really funny to be permanently chained as a healer to one of the tanks while you also have Searing Winds. And your damage is a crucial part of beating the nails in time. I believe we also did Titan with 3. And Howling Eye with 3. Well, Garuda with 3. And we beat Ultimate Weapon with 2 Gunbreakers. That was probably the funniest one. We did it with 2 Gunbreakers. You might be wondering, why 2 Gunbreakers? But they have Aurora. They have slightly better healing than everyone else at level 50. Did you run fast enough to beat the deep dungeon part you were struggling with 2 hours ago? We reached the boss, Falor. But I goofed it up at the very end. So we died. But I used so many Pomanders that ultimately, had we beaten Behemoth, I would just lose on the next set of floors. I had essentially used every single Pomander that you can use when something goes wrong. So it was just not going to happen. For the Heavensward Extreme Countdown, I believe we actually got Bismarck down to 3 players as well. And Ravana, we also got down to 3 players. I believe we got Thordan down to 4 or 5. I can't, like, I mean, it was streamed, so like, if like, you can see it. I'm pretty sure we got it down to 4 or 5. But there is like a certain wild charge mechanic that starts to get really, really scary when you go down in low count. Like, you're in a point where it's like, well, you kind of need the Scholars use to, like, get a good adlo and then deploy it. I think we got Nidhogg down to 5 or so, but this was actually also when we started to reach a point where it felt like it started to get too challenging for what the point of it was. Because the thing is, Extreme Countdown would be a lot more structured, I would say, if I just had like a fixed team. Like we just have like a team of Savage Raiders, and we just go in and nail it. And then like we have a plan from the get-go of what jobs we're bringing to like optimize and everything. But that's not how it was done. The whole point of Extreme Countdown was that sometimes as a mentor, first of all, it was interesting to see, but as a mentor, sometimes you'll land in an extreme and it might be motivating, I would say, to know that, well, I mean, you get Shiva Extreme, for instance. And most of your team are idiots. They have no idea what they're doing, and they're not reacting to advice. Like, they're not moving. But one of the healers seems to know what they're doing, and one of the tanks seems to know what they're doing. You might be one of them, and you might have one DPS that knows what they're doing. In fact, if you have 2 tanks and two tanks or 2 healers that know what they're doing, and then one tank and one of the other, you should still have the damage to beat it. Like, that should be enough. That was the idea, is that you don't need a group of 8 to beat any of these if you know what you're doing. So it could be nice to know that. So you're confident that, well, we can do this because we have enough strong, solid players that we can. It's not always how it works out, but that was the interesting part. But to do that, you kinda need some part of the group to also not be like mega pros, right? Like, it would be better if some of the players are like, you know, just alright. Which I would say most players in my community here, the community is. What wasn't an extreme? What wasn't an extreme? It really doesn't want you to get past 180. I believe we got past 190 once. And then we died relatively early on the next set because of, well, a combination of me being bad and being unlucky. Sometimes the problem with Thordan's wild chat is that if anyone dies during that, it wipes the group. That is correct. Jack says, if I recall correctly, Nidhogg was evil with the lines being bigger than the animation. Yeah, that's also correct. Yeah, Nidhogg, I think we got it down to like 5 or 4 players, but the thing that really caused problems was that there is a DPS, there are multiple DPS checks in the fight. And near the end, there's the Archmon multi. Garrison says you did pass it. You, for whatever reason, was walking around the room with traps, got lured, and used panic resolution because you had 0 witching. I think the reason I was running around the room was because I was grabbing treasures. Because I was hoping I would find something helpful, and then I stepped in a trap. And I believe Yannick also said that they were thinking use safety as it was happening, but just didn't get it out fast enough. And yeah, in hindsight, I should have used safety there. The Nidhogg has Archmon, where he will hit you with a multi-stack marker, and each time he uses it, it'll hit more and more times. So the longer the fight goes on, the more healing you need. You should still hug the wall if you want treasure as much as possible. You're right. But that meant that I think we were down to a point. I think we did it with 5. Because we needed 2 tanks, because Nidhogg has a mandatory tank switch mechanic. As in a debuff that when it hits a certain number of stacks, just die. So you need to tank switch. And we needed 2 healers. Yeah, you made it right at the very end, Bronson. I hope you're doing well. We ended up finding it very helpful to have 2 healers. And then I think, wasn't the DPS we had, I think it was a Pictomancer. Chains are also impossible without a second tank, yeah. And then when we got to Sephiroth, I think we also beat that one with 6? I think we beat it with 6. 5 or 6. But I believe we estimated that theoretically it should be possible if you're like a god gamer to do it with 4. But it required random luck and really good players. The reason being that it turns out that he always hands out the orange debuff to half the raid and green debuffs to half the raid. So you need to, however you do it, doesn't matter. You need to be sure that at least one person that can res survives the part where you need the green players to eat the magic bursts. However you do it, doesn't matter. You need to. But the problem is that the laser beams, I believe, shoots 4 every time. So 2 players will die there. The ones that have the orange debuff. So I believe the way we had come to conclude that it might be possible was 2 paladins. And they need to cover, I think, cover a healer while using hallowed ground, so that both pillars can be soaked and the healer can res everyone. And the reason you need 2 paladins is because the loop should be long enough that by the time that mechanic comes back around, you have the second hallowed ground. If it comes back around again, you should have a third hallowed ground. So we ended up going, that's a little crazy, let's not do that. And I can't remember how few we got down to with Sophia, but if I remember correctly, we beat Zorvan with 7 players? And the thing is, because Zorvan Extreme synced... No, you can't tell, but I'll get back to that in a second. Zorvan Extreme synced is hard enough on its own that the people that we had put together had trouble beating it with 8 players. So it probably wasn't no surprise that 7 players was already a huge ask. And that's exactly what I meant by we reached a point where it stopped being fun in the same way, if that makes sense. Like, it stopped being something where, like, we just go in and we have a little bit of fun, mess around with an old boss. It became really, really hard. And that's why I kind of didn't get any further. And yeah, exactly. The limiting factor on Zorban is that when the towers come with the runes and that, if you're not 8 players, then I mean, you're going to need mega cooldowns to survive it. So there's a very hard stop. So it was a huge DPS check, essentially. To your question, Talima, cover is a damage type. Hallowed Ground... Well, it actually doesn't say that. But Hallowed Ground... Well, actually it does say that. Hallowed Ground says renders you impervious to most attacks. Most does actually not cover damage from cover. In an ironic twist. So if you use Hallowed Ground, and then you use cover on someone else, you stand in one of the pillars for Sephiroth, and you cover someone who stands in the other pillar. You will survive your pillar, because that does 0 damage, but you will die from the other pillar. Because the only reason you're alive in that specific context is because you had the green debuff. And the person you're using cover on also had the green debuff. So you need Sephiroth to choose to make a paladin and a healer have the green debuff. So the 2 other players, wherever they are, one of them will be another paladin, they will die. But you will have just enough people to survive the pillars afterwards, and then the healer can rest everyone. I don't even know if that would work. It was just like the theoretical possibility of maybe it would work. Cat says Nidhogg was 5. I remember joking that we beat him with 4 after doing the Aerie afterwards. Oh. Do you get the other person's defenses on cover? No. When you use cover... How's back again? Oh boy, Relearning. The confusion here stems from the fact that PvP Guardian works distinctly differently than cover. Cover redirects the attack to you. As far as I know, wholesale as is and uses your defense and your defensive cooldowns. What the other person has doesn't matter. You're the one taking the hit from the get-go. The only difference is that this damage has a special label where it says cover, so Hallowed Ground can't stop it. So the other person using defensives doesn't help. The only thing the other person could do is give you help. Guardian makes this more confusing because as far as I know, if you use Guardian on someone and they then use Guard, making them take 90% less damage, assuming, the attack can be guarded against, then the Paladin will only take the remaining 10% damage after the damage reduction from Guard. Which means that if the Guardian person uses Guard and the Paladin also uses Guard, the Paladin basically takes 1% damage. Does cover damage still go through Hallowed Ground? Yes, that is exactly what I said, Nox. Cover damage still goes through Hallowed Ground. But that was pretty much the reason why... That's okay, Nox. That is pretty much the reason why we kind of stopped with the extreme countdown, was that it reached a point where it was like... You know how it is a known fact, I believe that, I can't remember, isn't there an ultimate that was beaten with 7 players? Or 6 or something crazy like that? I'm pretty sure that was something that we were told. Or I was told at least. You don't do that with 7 randos. UCOP. Indeed. You don't do that with 7 randos. You do that with 7 exceptional players. And if I'm hosting a stream just like to mess around with a boss like that, then the players that I'm bringing, like, I've said this before, like, recently I was asked, are you going to do a chaotic alliance raid stream? And I said pretty much what's amounted to no. And the reason was a combination of 24 players will be really hard to scrounge together for a stream, but also that the minimum requirement of said 24 players is simply too high. So I wouldn't do that. I would rather, like, if I'm doing something where I can just bring anyone from stream in, I would rather do something that we can actually beat or actually have fun with. So that was kind of the reason why I kind of said, nah, it's not happening. Maybe one day I would have an easy time scrounging together 24 players, and maybe we'll do it then. There's also the possibility that maybe we'll be able to unsync it later down the line. Who knows if they'll allow that? Most of the time Prog and Chaotic was waiting for levers to fill. Oh, that sounds fun. A refill. Back in Endwalker, I actually streamed attempting to prog the second raid tier in Endwalker in Party Finder. And the problem I ran into, probably shocking no one, is that in a stream of like 3 to 4 hours maybe, give or take, I would spend probably over 30% of that doing, well, basically would run around my island sanctuary picking up things. That was it. And sometimes you'd get a group together and then you'd go in, do a few polls, and then someone leaves. Parents says, I think what's most helpful for Chaotic Alliance Raid was just joining a dedicated server that does weekly any prog runs. That's a good idea. Dawntrail says, I see no reason why they won't allow unsync since it's meant to be easier than Savage. I agree. The only reason why I'm like, I don't know if they would do that is that there exists duties that don't allow unsync. There exist duties that don't allow unsync. And some of them happen to be new types of content, new difficulties that have been added to the game. Incidentally, that is exactly what Cloud of Darkness is. Oh, there's the bonus right now. Oh, wow. That is exactly what this is. So there's a possibility that they'll just say, nope. Yeah, it's true, Parent. That is actually generally like something that can circumvent the weaknesses of Party Finder in general. And that is actually, now that I think about it, that is something that I could have mentioned in my Savage starter guide. Is that sometimes there are communities that specifically host, and like if you can just join a scheduled group, then you avoid some of the weaknesses of Party Finder. Yeah, on my end, Zarf, I also kind of came to the conclusion that I wasn't interested enough in the Chaotic. So I'll see if it's easier later, and maybe I'll do it then. And that's also the thing. Notice that because I basically didn't do much of the hard content when it really comes to it, in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I've done streams where we just farm mounts, and anyone can come, right? And we just do it. It's fun. Oh, anyone who's on EU. That's the best I can. That's the best I can offer. And that comes about because because we're doing it at a difficulty level where it's beatable with pretty much anyone. Nearly. There have been exceptions. There was, for instance, a P4S where we actually needed mostly everyone to be DPS and level 100. Dawntrail says, not sure how EU is, but NA has a server that does sync runs. The Zav is in a Discord community that does synced runs of old content. Kill before Act 2 strat? Yeah, exactly, Vivi. Isn't the hairstyle from Chaotic tradable? It is. There you go. And yeah, exactly, Savs. Chaotic with 40 to 50 people randomly would be pretty tough. Like, that's also something that I thought about when I was like, maybe I could go into Party Find. It's like, I know how to play specifically the strat that we cooked up in our blind prog. As far as I understood, the things we had decided aligned reasonably well with an actual strat that exists. But if I'm not the tank that goes in that specific spot or the mirrored spot, then I have no idea what to do. So I was like, it's fine, I'll just not. I don't care. I have plenty of mounts. I have a manatee mount. And those that are like rushing to get the best in slot pieces from Chaotic are also like, I mean, unless they're doing FRU, they don't need that either. Telemar says, I'm down for some Chaotic. See, if I had, like, a group of 24 players that I knew were, like, solid and everything, then I'd probably go. It's just, it's really hard to round up that many people. Consistently. Like, case in point, it can be hard to find a schedule that works for 8. Like, you may notice that sometimes we have the weekly raid stream, the Savage streams, on Fridays instead of Saturdays. Typically, that is because someone in the group is not available that specific Saturday. The only thing we can do is move it to Friday. Maybe we could do a sign-up thing on Community. Well, Taldemar, the blind group that we did just before New Year was like 50% Community. And I'm pretty sure nearly everyone capable and willing showed. Maybe we could get it to like 14 or 15 on a more regular date. Says, I did some quick simulation on non-chaotic best in slot versus chaotic best in slot dancer, and the expected DPS difference was 3. Wow. Whew, that's really going to make or break your groups. Hey Matthew Park, hope you're doing well. See, something that makes it hard for me to do Savage Plus content is I'm fine if I die because of what I messed up. I'm uncomfortable ruining everything, having everything ruined because I made one mistake. Yes. You know, Matthew, I know that there are many people like you, and some of them even Savage Raid. sometimes it can be even scarier if you're quick to blame yourself like this, or worried about blaming yourself like this, because sometimes you'll end up blaming yourself when it was someone else who goofed it. Or it wasn't your fault, at least. Good luck, Agni! Tanma says, I think many DPS jobs don't actually use chaotic gear until they have FRU weapons and the extra materia makes breakpoints worthwhile. The main reason why chaotic best in slot even has any significance to me is specifically because tanks and healers have a slightly more useful piece or two from chaotic. Notably, there are some shoes for healers. Because for some reason, the itemization, like the stat line on the other shoes that healers can get are piety. And that's correct, Perrin. Perrin says, just in general, when I have to answer questions like these, best in slot is, as the name implies, best in slot. Doesn't matter if it's by 3 DPS, best in slot, it's best in slot, and that's correct. That is true. And that is indeed, if you want the best, you need the best. That's also like, that's the problem with a lot of things with optimization, is that the moment you look at being the best, there is no such thing as anything less being alright. This is also some of the things that makes it really hard to even consider defensive options. Like, I think we talked about this during Endsinger Mount Farm. That Zav mentioned, like, Zav has a tenacity-centric gear set that was like 300 DPS short compared to the best in slot. But it had, like, it took a 1/6 less damage from everything because of tenacity. So you're saying 300 DPS is less than a percent, if I recall correctly. I think it was like, or was it 2%? I can't remember if it was 0.2 or 2%. How much DPS do you do? Like 16,000? Was it in the simulator? 2%. Sacrificing about 2% DPS to take 1/6 less damage. But 2% is 2%. And if you want to do the most damage, then that's the way to do it. And taking 1/6 less damage is completely irrelevant. Like, you could even flip it and go, what if we start with the tenacity set and go, well, how much more damage are you taking if you don't wear this? You're gaining approximately 2-3% DPS, but you're taking about 20% more damage. Like, just consider that transaction. 1% more damage done, 10% more damage taken. Matthew says, I may be traumatized from League of Legends where someone said they would report me for playing bad. I thought they were lying, then I looked it up and it was a reportable offense. Is it reportable to be bad in League of Legends? Is that true? I'm glad to hear that, Emily, by the way. It's reportable to be intentionally bad. Well, that's the same thing as in Final Fantasy XIV. Let me see if I can find it. Mm. I would say that refusing to participate in the completion of an instance, it's close, but it's the closest you get to someone deliberately playing badly. I think there's also examples in the guidelines for Final Fantasy XIV that kinda outline that. Daniel says, intentionally playing bad, yes. Being actually considered bad, no. See, that's the problem. This is actually exactly the reason why in Final Fantasy XIV, if someone does something you don't like, you're forced to go through this process of writing a report, because by the time you're ready to hit finish, like several minutes have passed, and you might have reached a point where like, I don't actually care anymore. I'll just move on. Or you might not even get to that point. But in League of Legends, you just right-click the person. Report. And exactly, Matthew. The problem with that type of report, though, is how do you tell apart someone who's doing it on purpose versus someone who's genuinely bad? And the simple answer there, Matthew, is that it's really hard to do that. And most of the players that would report someone for playing bad in that context don't actually have the analytical skills to recognize that someone is just legitimately bad. Pikachu says the automod in League does punish you for feeding regardless of what actually happened in game. Wow. So what you're saying, just to be clear on this, Pikachu, you're saying that I'm in a match and incidentally my team is just wrecking shop. Like, the enemy is just getting clowned on, all 5 of them. But instead of finishing the match, we just sandbag it and just farm them so that each of them get like 15 deaths each before the match properly finishes. And the only reason they got 15 deaths each was because they decided they wouldn't go AFK in spawn to avoid dying. They at least tried. Would they then get punished because they had like 15 deaths each and nothing to show for it? There have been people who got suspended for that exact situation. That is amazing. But it does not surprise me at all. Matthew says, I do like that RMT reporting is a single click. I believe the reason for that is that when you report that, it's relatively obvious whether it is or is not RMT. So they can just, go, nah, that's not RMT when you erroneously report for RMT. There's also the part that it has to be done rather quick. Also, eat chili potatoes. Hope you're doing well. How did we get to this? How did we land in League of Legends reporting system? Oh, right. The fear of being bad. In Final Fantasy XIV, I don't think it is possible to actually get punished for being bad if you're legitimately bad. Because I'm pretty sure that you would be talking with the game master before you would get any punishment in Final Fantasy XIV of that magnitude where it would actually matter. And there you would at least be able to explain yourself. And it is also like I've said this before, if you're trying to report someone for deliberately playing badly, the best you can do is get them to admit it in writing. Like, it's really awesome. If someone goes, starts to AFK in frontline, you should report them. You don't have time to do it in the middle of the match, but you can report them afterwards. But what would be really great is if you can confront them about it and they can go, I've decided to AFK because we've lost anyway. Thanks. I'll send your confession to the GM. Like, that's the best you can do. You know what's really weird, Delane? Was that the league is so toxic? There was a time where it wasn't that toxic. Before ranked existed, it wasn't that bad. Then the ranked nation attacked. And yeah, if you're also that, Dawntrail, if you're concerned that you might be bad, there's a reasonably high chance that you're not bad. Like, you're probably showing up somewhat prepared. If you're genuinely worrying that you're bad, I can't imagine that you would enter a group for content you're scared that you're not good enough for without having practiced as much as you can and prepared as much as you can so that you're sure that you tried everything you can to be ready for this. Whereas a player who's not worried about being, who's not concerned at all about being bad, they might be amazingly good players, but they might also be terrible. They mightn't be terrible, but they don't care. And he says, the worst experience I've had in 14 by comparison to other games has been nothing. I once had a broken weapon as a DPS because I forgot to fix it. And people understood and fixed it in the instance. Aww. Yeah, it was nice when they added the request repair option. I'm pretty sure it hasn't always been there. Looks at a certain white mage. Indeed, Shaq. Indeed. But, yeah, that would be my advice. If you want to get into hard content, but you're scared that you won't be good enough. I mean, well, I have a starter guide for Savage. I have a video of tips for Savage. I have guides for the jobs and everything. If you follow this channel and watch what I put out, some of that kind of content, I would say that there's a reasonable chance. You might not have the actual practical skills, but you probably know how. You probably know what to do, what you need to do to be prepared. And you can do that. And I'm sure you will do better than a lot of players just because you tried. But the good news is that in Final Fantasy XIV you don't have to do the hard content. And he says, some advice I was told about doing hard content was, if you're worried you'll disappoint, find people who are at the same level as you to do the content. That way you're all on the same footing. That's true, but that only gets you so far. Here's the thing. You could have a group of players that are all somewhat equal in like the point they are at in the current raid tier, for instance. Like, they're all starting on the raid tier from the beginning. But some of them might just be better at learning. So you'll fall behind. Or maybe you won't. Maybe the others will be the ones that fall behind. Like, ultimately, it is a way that can help. There's also the possibility, if you find a static in general, that if it turns out that you're not super great, that they're like, that's fine. We're having fun. We'll see if we beat the tier. If we do, fine. If we don't, fine. We're gonna play with you. And if you find that, then you no longer need to worry. My advice is to die to the first mechanic one time, even if it's super easy, because people will underestimate you for the rest of your time partied with them. That is an interesting suggestion. Hey Yusuf, hope you're doing well. Amaral says, see... Oh, Deiruru says, I'm still wrapping my head around clock spots and light parties. Amaral says, light party, I get the name. On split the raid in half. Yep. Clock, though, sure, clocks have 12 numbers, we have 8. Essentially, the 8 are enough. And it usually makes sense because we also talk about clockwise and counterclockwise and things like that. Yeah, that is a problem, Emily. The best you can do there is you can try and talk with them and see if you can, like, find some sort of even ground to meet on. Or you can try and look for a new group. But that might also be hard. It'd be hard for me to remember which light party to go for, to go to for a stack or something. Well, that one is pretty simple, Deiruru. In Savage content, you're usually partnered with a specific light party, and a lot of the time, light parties are some sort of stack marker, and stack markers like that are very commonly centered on the healers. Like, if they target the healers, it makes sense logically, because if stack markers targeted the tanks, they could just run away to Narnia with it and invuln it. If it targets a DPS, you might just be able to go, we'll just rest them. But if it targets both of the healers, that's the problem. And yeah, you could just go, we'll just bring a red mage and rest them. But it just so happens that that is exactly inconvenient enough that no one's going to bother with that. So you just need to know who the healer is in your light party, usually. And if you're ranged, even better, because most pair things, well, not necessarily actually. If you're DPS, there's a pretty high likelihood that you will be paired with the healer anyway for various mechanics. And yeah, for those that don't know focus target, if you target something and write /focus target, then they'll get this arrow over their head and have like a separate health bar you can look at. You can also just keybind it, which I have, to Shift F. I don't know if that's the default. I don't think it is. That sounds too convenient. But that's something you could do. Just mark the person you like have pairs with and such. Supports on DPS. Yeah, that one is funny. that the tanks and healers became the support roles, and then there's DPS. Depending on how you flip it in your mind, I would actually say that there's a perfectly reasonable explanation to argue that the DPS are the supports. Because a lot of the time, the healers and the tanks are the ones, like doing the frontline work, quote unquote, while the DPS are just doing damage. They're supporting with the damage. Like, you have the tank at the front line with the shield, and then you have, like, the healers keeping them alive. And the DPS are just stabbing the enemy between the shield, just stabbing them with a spear. They're just helping. They're just supporting. I could absolutely see someone go, aren't the damage dealers not technically the supports when you really think about it? DPS supports by keeping everything else dead. Thank you, Caroline. We kinda rounded up, and I was not lucky, unfortunately. We got back to floor 41. We had a terrible floor 171 to 180. 2 treasure rooms with Ansus and monkeys placed right outside where I spawned. And it just didn't go well. Matthew says, you're in my opinion one of the best Final Fantasy XIV content creators I know. Thank you. Have you ever considered doing lore videos? I could listen to you explaining lore for at least 12,000 hours. That would be interesting. Xenodic Scribe is a channel that is focused on lore, and I would say that Xenodic Scribe probably knows the lore better than me. Usually when I make videos focused on the story of Final Fantasy XIV, most people don't really care that much. So it would be pretty problematic. It would be a difficult sell on my channel. This game has story, not lore. I would say there's plenty of lore. There's like lore on the Ashians and stuff. And yeah, I could see that movement. That's also why I kind of tried to flip it to say, well, DPS are also the support. Hey, Monster. Hope you're doing well. I would say that Dawntrail is good. Some people are some people have complained that Dawntrail is way worse than the previous expansions, but in terms of like actual content, Dawntrail is, I would say, about the same as Endwalker as it stands right now. I'd actually say Dawntrail has slightly more because they have the Chaotic Alliance raid. Tenma says, I have no idea what Kai thinks of the story, never heard. I mean, I like the story. I pay attention. I would say that in terms of my opinion on the game's story, I am very easy to please. Breaking news, Kai's story skipper? What? I skipped some... Actually, when I started on the game originally, I skipped... Well, I got to, like, the quest where Thancred is introduced when you start in Ul'dah. And I had enough. I wanted to play the game, and I didn't care about the story. So I started skipping. The next day, I found out that you could play Auras if you bought the game, so I deleted the cat boy that I had, and started over as an Machinist. And I just started with, well, I was skipping the story already, so... And I didn't really pay attention again until, like, the particular cutscene at the end of Our Realm Reborn. And even then, I still didn't quite pay attention until sometime in Stormblood, I would say. And it wasn't until Shadowbringers before I was like, oh man, this story is amazing. But if you would like to see me re-experience the whole story of Final Fantasy XIV, I have a playlist on the channel that I call Rewind Replay, which is me playing through the entire MSQ and more on an alt, which is a Lalafell. I do voice acting for everyone that doesn't have voice acting already. Thank you, Ardell. So, if you want to re-experience the story with someone, you can also just watch that. It's 99 episodes, I believe. And most of them, like, it averages 6 hours each, because that's what I used to do on Saturdays. The only things that I'm missing is that I did the Dawntrail MSQ on this character on stream. And the reason for that was that a lot of the time, the first way that people experience like a Final Fantasy XIV content creator is that they play through the story, and that wasn't a thing that was on this channel. So I was like, well, I could re-experience the story, so I did. And during those 99 episodes, we had reached a point where sometimes I would do like the new MSQ on stream on my main, and then on the Saturday we did it again on the alt, right? It started to like kind of lose the purpose a bit, which is part of the reason why I haven't been on Small Kai in a while, is because I've done the vast majority of what Dawntrail has to offer on stream. Not all of it, but most of it. So there's just not that much there. So that's what happened to the Lalafell. She still exists. She's on light. She's on alpha light. And yeah, she's probably still eating crystals at Costa del Sol. They're going to stream the new role quest capstone quests? I don't know. I didn't stream any of the other role quests in Dawntrail, which was exactly what I was thinking about when I said I haven't streamed everything. Once you've done 2,000 mentors on main, do it all over again for small. Actually, I'm pretty sure Small Kai isn't even remotely close to having mentor, because most duties she does in a mostly pre-made or fully pre-made. So she has very few opportunities to get commendations. Yep, I don't know, Delane. Maybe I'll do like a stream where I just do a bunch of the story content that I have lying around. I haven't done the new Hilda stuff. Put her in the Bozia trenches. Oh, she actually did complete the Bozia story. But yeah, going like I'll admit, going, oh, you want to hear my opinion on the story? Just watch this 594 hours of stream. Is maybe a bit much, but it was just more to say. You would probably notice that I'm pretty positive about the entirety of the story. The whole thing. Which might not be very entertaining. The biggest negative I can give to some parts of the story most of the time is things like I made a video quite a while back commenting on the how memorable a fight is, and one big thing that I pointed out was that Susanoo completely overshadows Shinryu in being memorable. The fight of Shinryu is pretty interesting, but on normal nowadays, it isn't challenging enough to be that for that on its own to be memorable. But you know what is memorable? The seas part for we alone. That's memorable. And that was exactly what I said. The voice acting helps. Caitlin? I feel like you missed a point that I made earlier. You see this, Caitlin? Over here, in the overall performance, you can see all of my wins ever in Frontline. 148. About a third of them I have not represented Maelstrom, which is red team. You see how all of my wins are counted here anyway? Do you get where I'm going with that? What team you're on doesn't matter. What matters is what it says here. That's what matters. So don't worry, your win counted. Oh right, my commendations. I'm closing in on 6,000. I didn't know I was that close. Will we ever get the higher ranks for Grand Company? I don't know. But I feel like it. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I challenge you, Yoshi P. No, we're not. We're never getting these. Ever. Now prove me wrong. Come at me. Caitlin said, so if I change Grand Company, they'll count? If you like, basically, Caitlin, this achievement, if you change so that your Grand Company is, for instance, Maelstrom, right? I believe you said you were at Twin Adders. So your victory should be counted in one of these. If you've only ever been Twin Adder, if you go into your PvP profile and check this, the amount of first places you've ever had should match with the highest number of Twin Adder wins you have. If you switch to Maelstrom and win, like get a first place in Frontline, that win will go towards this achievement instead. Because you represented Maelstrom. Even though you're in the match are Adder or Immortal Flames, because you are a Maelstrom person, it goes to that achievement. That's the only thing. Like, the random grouping in the match doesn't matter. And also that there isn't really a convenient avenue for the story to pick back up. I'm Adders and I'm not getting the Adders achievement. Are you saying that you're looking at this achievement, for instance, or this achievement. You look like, if you find this achievement in your achievements list, just look for this. It's under PvP, frontline, and then you look for a line in the glade. And you find this one that says 30. How many does it say that you have? Live stream troubleshooting. $49 out of 50. Okay, Caitlin. Next, open your PvP profile. So you click character and then PvP profile. And then go here. Caitlin, follow with me here. Go to PvP profile and find this. Have you found it? When you have, tell me how many first places you have in the overall performance only. Take note that the overall performance includes the weekly performance, so I don't care about the weekly performance. How many first places does it say you have? 157 first places or campaign? How many first places does it say that you have? $51. Okay. That is strange. If you find this achievement, how many does it say that you have? No worries. So the reason why I'm asking this is because if you have 51 wins, then surely you will either have this achievement and you would have 2 wins here, or you would have this achievement and 1 win here. No, Caitlin, I'm asking, look in the Maelstrom version, the one that's called A Line in the Storm. Find any one of them. And just click on them and tell me how many wins you have. It should be just above A Line in the Glade. You just scroll up a little bit. I started with blue team, I have 2 wins. Is that why? Yes. In the time where you were in one of the other grand companies, you got 2 wins. Those wins get attributed to that grand company because you were in that grand company at that time. But when you go into a frontline match, the color you join for that match doesn't matter. What matters is what it says here. Ta-da! Yeah, also another thing that you might, some of you might find entertaining if you found the channel somewhat recently or just in general are curious a little bit on the history of the channel. Those 99 episodes of Small Kai, as we call her, include the suggestion of a Discord server. me getting a camera, me getting a new mic, and things like that. You can actually see the things change, because that's every week there's an episode there of that specifically. So you see all of those things get added. But the particularly funny one is that you would be able to track that, hey, wait a minute, he's talking about making a Discord server. We have one. But with that said, we've been talking an awful long time for at the end of a Palace of the Dead stream. I think this is the time to wrap it up. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. We'd like other people to enjoy it as well. They can also take part in the cursedness of today's attempt at clearing Palace of the Dead solo. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you can join, and there will be a weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. And I usually update it Sunday or Monday. There's also an announcement room with links to streams and videos when they come out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post these things, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chats, or there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But I think that'll be all from me. So, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!